So our first order of business is executive session. The Concord School Committee and Concord Carlisle Regional School Committee will enter into executive session under Purpose 2 of the Open Meeting Law to conduct strategy sessions in preparation for negotiations with non-union personnel, or to conduct collective bargaining sessions or contract negotiations with non-union personnel, and return to open session at approximately 6:30. Thank you. To adjourn into executive session, we need a roll call.
Is there, first we need a motion and a second for both.
So moved. For both?
Yes.
For both committees?
Yes.
Sorry.
Ready?
Yep.
Odell, aye.
Johnston, aye for both.
About aye for both.
Booth, aye for both.
Every aye for both.
Rating aye for both?
Eva Mustafi, aye.
Very good.
Oh my God, apologies. Thank you, Court.
Right.
Add one. Waiting for the cue. Waiting for him still. Okay, we're good.
So I'd like to bring the Concord Carlisle Regional School Committee meeting back to order.
And I will call the Concord School Committee meeting back to order. Welcome, everyone. Sorry we made you wait a few minutes.
And again, please note we're being recorded and broadcast live. So we have a public comment. Don't know the name, Robert Crum. Come on
Yeah, who is this guy coming to
Let
talk to
anybody
us? Come on over, have a seat. We miss you, Bob.
Well, I actually miss you too.
Yeah. Oh, now he's lying.
We miss you, etc.
There's a quick solution for this.
Your mic's not on.
I appreciate that.
It's on purpose.
It was never on when I was chair.
Yeah.
In 3 years, I never figured it
Yeah,
out.
yeah. Here.
We should have given you
Let me help.
Here,
work on it at home.
Want to trade for a second?
it's such a short comment, that's the difference.
Yeah.
But anyway. So, good evening, Lori, Jared, members of the school committee.
Your name,
Wally,
your
may I
name,
proceed?
your name and address, please.
Robert Brown, Village Circle. Here as a resident, very clearly. So I just wanted to make a couple of comments about the trips that need school committee approval. Clearly, at the last meeting, I had a very serious discussion about these trips. It's a subject that's been close and dear to my heart, as most of you know. And it just seems to me, looking at it from a top-down point of view, there's really two very important points here. One is the legal aspects that have to be addressed and completely resolved for all involved. And then that needs to be reflected in the policy, in the school committee policy governing these trips. So that's number one. Number two, and this may be more difficult, but I think the time to do this is now and address it immediately or in due time. And that's the discussion about making these trips available to all, making the process equitable so all students are treated equally, and clearly the economic issue is something that needs to be worked out. And I'm aware of a couple of districts that have spent a lot of time on this, have lengthy policies concerning this, and so I would suggest that that this committee will look at examples thereof and come to a very intelligent and smart decision and solution. So that's all I wanted to say.
Great.
Thank you.
Wish you all luck, all right? Take care.
Thank you, Bob.
If you have any research you've done that you'd like to pass to us, that'd be great.
I
Not tonight,
do.
but whenever.
I probably do, actually. I know.
That'd be great. Thank you.
Love to see it.
Appreciate it. So we have our two representatives from the high school.
Yes.
Would you like to tell us what's going on?
So I
On the
guess
hill?
we'll start out with sports. Football is still undefeated and they're going 6-0, which is again the first time in 10 or 11 years. And a couple weeks ago they beat Wayland, which is the first time in 6 years. So congratulations to the football team. And for cross country, they recently had their annual Twilight meet that takes place in Falmouth, Massachusetts, so along the Cape. And senior Will Chaffin did win the whole entire meet with a time that I believe was 15:37. And volleyball had only lost one game this season against our rivals Acton Boxborough. And volleyball, girls soccer, boys soccer, and field hockey had all made it into tournament/playoffs. It's different depending on the sport. And volleyball is currently 12-1. Girls soccer is 10-3-3. Boys soccer is 8-2-3, and field hockey is 8-1-3. And family ID registration for winter sports does close pretty soon on November 3rd. This upcoming Thursday, we do have a winter sports fair run by Student Senate, all three of the lunch blocks.
Right.
So recently, the school's been trying to embed mindful minutes throughout the week. So we'd have like a teacher come on and say something they're grateful for, or just like talk about like a poem someone wrote. And then also an advisory on Wednesday, the freshmen and sophomores listen to a speaker speak about mindfulness and kind of shares experiences with mental health issues and all that. And they had time to reflect on mindfulness and how it kind of affected all their lives. And during the STEAM advisory, the juniors had a college panel where representatives from Middlesex Community College, UMass Amherst, Dickinson, Northeastern, and Boston University answered questions that we would ask our guidance counselors and how to go about the college process. And seniors took part in a school-wide Kahoot.
And
School-wide what?
Kahoot, it's like a game.
A trivia game, kind of.
Yeah. And the most recent Saturday, so October 19th, there was the PSAT, or the National Merit Scholarship Qualifier test that took place. And this test is a pretty useful way for kids to prepare for the SAT, just as a method to see what it's like taking the SAT. And for juniors, it is a way to possibly get the National Merit Scholarship. And I have some information on that, but I don't want to touch on it unless anyone wants me to, because it is kind of complex, but I'm not sure.
And you don't
On
think
the
we actually
PSATs.
qualify to understand? No, I understand. I agree with you. I totally agree.
I think just the fact that you brought it up and maybe reiterate that it is sort of an access point for juniors to National Merit Scholarship,
Yes.
so that anybody who's listening picks up on that. They can get details from Mr. Mistrullo.
And then, so rehearsal is continuing for the fall play, The Laramie Project, which will be happening November 21st to the 24th. And then there was a chorus concert with the faculty choir taking place on November 5th and a band concert on November 7th.
And MCAS retakes are also going on in November. The English Language Arts retake is November 6th through 8th, and the math retake is November 13th through 14th. This year, several students did receive, I believe, maybe the whole junior class received an email offering the idea to retake the ELA section because one of the passages was omitted from scoring because there were complaints throughout the state from students themselves saying that they felt that the passage was slightly racist, and they were concerned about the open response because they felt very uncomfortable writing from a perspective of one of the characters from the story and from the passage that was given to us. So it is offered to students if they want to retake it, because now that section of the MCAS is no longer going to be scored, whether or not that's going to affect your score. So it isn't necessary, but it isn't optional. And we also have some stuff to talk about when it comes to stress, because we understand that you guys want us to keep you updated on it. So.
Yes, we'd love to hear more.
So, with early action and early decision deadlines coming up soon, November 1st, seniors are, I think that's kind of getting a little stressful for them, but I think they're getting through it. And then they also have a lot of the school assignments that just get done by that deadline.
And for juniors, a lot of us have actually began taking the SAT or ACT, starting that testing process, because most of the time you will retake it more than once. And then several sophomores also took the recent PSAT, and now they're beginning to think about colleges, which from my perspective, now going into my junior year, I feel like it's still necessary as a sophomore to think about it. And since the quarter is almost ending, there are several freshmen, and I was guilty of this my freshman year as well, who feel a lot of pressure to do extremely well just for college. And I don't think it's very healthy, just because it's not something that, especially as a freshman in high school, to constantly be pondering about, and just the idea of college, because it's so far away. And I feel it's not something that, I need to get an A on this just so I can get to this in college, especially if you're only 14 years old.
Thank you for helping us to
Yes,
spread those
thank
messages.
you. Yeah, it's important for us to hear that.
Any other comments, questions for?
I would also want to add that not only are we very grateful for your reports and the fact that you inform us, but you can also advise us. And by that I mean if you have recommendations for the school committee or wisdom to share with us, in addition to information about the high school, if you think we need it, we probably do. So thank you.
If I may add, a couple of my friends are aware that I am a school committee representative, and they asked me to talk about reducing the plastic in the school, which I believe that Concord Carlisle is one of the schools that I see help reduce the waste very well. And I think especially with the climate strike that recently occurred, a lot of people are now more aware and they're also more proactive about reducing that waste and being more environmental friendly at the school.
So I invited, and I think this piggybacks, there's a sustainability, district level sustainability meeting this week, Thursday afternoon. I have 3 high school students who've offered to sit on that committee. So we'll be sure we're reporting out, and I think I'm gonna charge you girls with helping me figure out how to help the student population know what we're talking about, because we have goals set and action items that we're gonna take this year, and we wanna be sure the students know what's in the works.
Yeah, that's
But
great.
I actually, we cannot charge you. I don't know. We cannot charge you.
I probably can charge them.
Yeah. But going back to what you said about freshmen already totally stressed out about college and which college and stuff. It's a known phenomenon, especially in all those districts, especially in ours and similar districts. And it comes from it comes from peers. It comes from some of the school, but many times it comes from parents. It'd be extremely interesting if you can actually speak to your friends and come up with ideas to us. How can we communicate to parents the message? Because you each can actually get to your parents. We might actually try at least to reach the parents, the community.
Yeah, definitely.
So a couple of things. We've heard from Patriot Nation that we're grateful to the CC football team for keeping the competition to see who has an unbeaten record the longest out of the Patriots in New England. So keep it up. And we have a meeting almost every week between now and Thanksgiving. And we have 5 meetings between now and Christmas that are joint, which is unusual, and we don't expect you to come to every one. You're more than welcome to come to every one, but if you want to just let us know when you've got something you want to come tell us about, we'll put you on the agenda, but don't feel like you have to come to every single one of those. Okay, thank you.
It's a lot.
Thank you.
Appreciate
Thanks for
it.
coming.
Thank you both. Yes, thank you.
So, reading the minutes.
Yes.
As far as the joint meeting notes from the 24th, I do know that there's a request to review those and maybe add some information. So we're not going to vote on those, but on those minutes, is there anything anybody would like to mention or was prepared to mention about that?
I think as I wrote, I think that we had a very long discussion, over an hour, and many concerns were brought up by practically each one of the committee members, and there were answers both from the superintendent and some of Mr. Paul that are important. Important as a baseline to where we're going in the future. And none of these, or very few of those, are actually. And I have a list, but I don't think that's the right place. So I think we have to revise them, you instruct them how, and we should just create minutes that will be a baseline for the future.
So what I'm hearing is on this particular topic, September 24, item B, that we go back to the literal minutes and expand these with more detail. Is that effectively it?
Yes, I think that if I'm reading
Do
here
we have
a
the,
description,
take extra notes?
We have the
We have the recording.
the recording, and I actually have minutes in the recording that I think are important, as I see.
Sense of volunteer. My sense of volunteer to do that?
I think you all
I
have
serve at the
volunteered
pleasure of the chair.
to
If you-
provide some
I
feedback.
think if you would like to provide some input there, that would be great. But
I'll do it in writing.
you and
To
Aaron
the chairs and to
will
the superintendent.
figure out how to
Yep.
do that. Any other comments about the September 24 meeting? Okay.
Then for October 1st, do I have a motion to approve the minutes from the Concord School Committee meeting of October 1st?
So moved.
Is there a second?
Second.
Any discussion on these ones?
quite detailed, I thought, given all that was covered.
All that was covered.
A lot to encompass in, 4 or 5 pages. But I think it captures it correctly.
Agreed, with many thanks as always to Aaron then. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay.
And then executive,
Okay,
Okay.
you've all abstained from that vote because he was there.
executive session minutes from 10:1, was that joint or was that just?
That was just Concord.
Correct.
So, everybody saw those. Do I have a motion to approve the executive session minutes?
So moved.
Second.
Any discussion on those? All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? And abstaining? And you've all abstained again?
Thank you.
Okay.
So chairs and liaisons reports, why don't I start?
What do you kick off with? Yeah.
I went to the Board of Health meeting last week, and one of the primary topics was vaping, which we obviously are concerned about at the high school and even the middle school. And very interesting conversation. There were members of the audience who spoke, and there was a representative, legal representative there from the convenience store lobby. And I'm going to invite Ray Considine to come up and talk about this resolution you have in front of you. But if I get anything wrong with this, please correct me when you come up. They have put language together around a bylaw, basically an order from the Board of Health that will effectively allow vaping product sales only in specific licensed standalone stores in the community. So that's being considered currently by the board, thinking about it same way we do. They'll vote on it the next time they get together. In the process, they signed the same resolution that you have in front of you to send to the State House because they are taking up legislation on new regulations around vaping, and the more information they get and the more support one way or the other that they get from community members, the more likely they will vote that way. So I'm going to invite Ray up to tell us about the resolution. We can ponder this over the course of the week and take it up for a vote next week, whether we want to sign it as a committee and send it off to Beacon Hill. Yeah, we would change that to Beacon
I think you covered it. I'm Ray Considine, 133 Intersmack Hill Road, member of the Board of Health, and I'm speaking for the board this evening. I think you summarized the meeting well. I think we all can agree that there's a vaping epidemic going on across the country. Certainly, we have our share of it here in Concord, according to the YRBS. The last YRBS, 24% of high school seniors self-reported vaping in the past 30 days. That's very, very consistent with national data where about 25% of high school seniors report, regularly vaping. I think nationally there's been over 1,500 cases of acute pulmonary disease, and as of today, I think there have been 33 deaths. And the governor has taken action to, in a temporary emergency order, to ban the sale of vaping products. Flavored products like wintergreen, mint, and menthol are the choice of young people, and usually only young people. And it's they're gateway flavors, usually leading to other vaping products like THC, and actually cigarette use. And there are 2 bills before the legislature, and those are listed in the resolution that you have before you. Senate Bill 2357 and House Bill 4089 would permanently ban the sale of all flavored tobacco products, both combustible and e-cigarette. in the state if this passes. So it's before the legislature. It's been voted out of Public Health Committee. It's slated for a floor vote, and I'm not sure exactly when, but it's within the next few weeks. Tobacco Free Massachusetts, which is a statewide nonprofit organization that was established back in the mid-1990s to look at combating tobacco use, both adult and particularly children, have formed these resolutions for boards of health and school committees. And the board at its meeting last week, the Board of Health at its meeting last week, voted to approve this resolution, and you have a similar version before you. Those resolutions from boards of health and school committees will be sent to Senate President Karen Spilka and the Speaker of the House, Bob DeLeo, to urge their support of this. Our state rep, Tammy Govea, has endorsed both of these bills, and our state senator, Mike Barrett, has endorsed and signed on to these bills as well. There's another bill, and it's Senate 1606 and House 2436, which they're listed in the resolution. And those who are supported by or proposed by Harriet Chandler in the Senate and Marjorie Decker in the House. And they would affix or apply a $1, increase the tobacco tax by $1 per pack. And also put a 75% excise tax on vaping products. Basically, the research is pretty clear on this. The more you charge for this, kids are price sensitive. They're not going to be using this. And it's probably one of the best tools to reduce particularly youth consumption. Kids are more price sensitive than adults are. So we've passed that resolution, and we're here urging you to take a similar stance. Vaping is something that is close to home, and we certainly appreciated the participation by members of principals and middle school principals in helping to inform us about the severity of it. And hopefully, as Wally mentioned, we have proposed regulations that would restrict the sale of all combustible products, those are cigarettes and cigars, as well as electronic products to adult-only stores where you have to be 21 to come into the store. We're not banning it. This is just a restriction. And we would ban, though, all flavored tobacco products. Now, the governor has that ban in place until sometime in January. It may come off in January. If the legislation isn't passed by the legislature, then we would have a backup here to ban these flavors. So I'll be glad to entertain questions, but I would thank you for your time this evening.
Thank you. Any questions?
One question, just maybe that's the moment to just use this stage to remind people that I think, correct me, Principal Mastrullo, I think on the 28th at 7 o'clock in the evening, there is a forum in the high school about vaping. There was one last year and there was a very, very low attendance. And I was there and I actually learned a lot about it. So I encourage everybody in the community, all parents in the community, and students to attend.
Thank you.
I think I can speak for the committee and thank you and the Board of Health members for all the work you do focused on kids and their health. And this being, one of those big efforts. So thank you for sticking your neck out.
If I might, just educate me if you would. In the document you shared with us, it refers to Juul and e-cigarette products. Dangerous vaping, Juul, and e-cigarette. Is Juul different than an e-cigarette, or is just put in there for clarity?
Juul has about 8% of the market of the electronic cigarette market.
So we're calling out that one.
It's like Frigidaire.
It's a brand.
A generic name following
Just wanted to clarify.
They've been the most successful, if you would, quote successful, in terms of promoting themselves. They, as I said, they had 80% of the market.
But you're not calling it out as different
No.
in other ways. Okay, and then any guesses on the part of the Board of Health as to why Massachusetts is 8th worst in the nation?
I'd like to be able to tell you that. I don't know.
Yeah, it's alarming and
It is.
distressing.
Right.
Yeah.
I have a question. Is there information, where would families find information for the kids, how to get them help
Well,
when they're addicted to Juul?
yes, I would suggest contacting the Board of Health as a starting point. And we have a number of resources, and we have staff that can provide other resources. The Department of Public Health, through the Massachusetts Tobacco Control Program, has a number of toolkits that are available, and we can connect you with those.
Thank you.
And we have Ms. Rask in the room, do we not?
Yes.
I'm sorry.
Yes, we have our Board of Health Officer, Susan Rask, in the room as well.
Thank you for all your work. Okay, thank you. And we will take this up next week.
Okay.
I don't have any other liaison reports. You?
Only one that Chair's report, we need to get our calendar committee going, and we need to assign one of us to do that. Thinking about longevity and people who have a little bit of experience getting involved, I was talking to Cynthia the other day, and she said she was willing, and I wanted to recommend that we nominate Cynthia to represent us on the district calendar committee, but wanted to throw that out there. Cynthia, are you still willing to do that, first of all?
Yes.
And does that work with everybody?
Excellent, thank you.
Cynthia represents us there. So that's
Teachers,
Yes.
Student need a motion?
No students, it's contractual for the 2 union contracts, school committee, administration,
no,
teacher.
there's no parental or student input.
No, not in that piece of the process.
No, it's a district committee on which
But
we have a
has not
representative.
been an issue in the past.
The calendar?
So
Well,
why would one not solicit parental input?
It's pretty
so,
prescribed by the
other
contract.
than,
So
It's fairly
presently,
prescribed.
aren't we about to enter into a contract negotiation?
Well, I think we have to set the calendar before those.
Oh, for the current year?
Yes.
Yes.
Are we in the current year?
No,
no,
for next
it's
year.
setting the calendar for next year.
Next year's a new contract year, is it not?
No, but they will be finished with negotiations.
You don't know that.
Right, but we have to set the calendar January and.
We need to start now. We're already getting questions because Labor Day is
It's
late
fall.
and
Yeah.
families need to know.
So why would not one solicit community input?
And that may become part of the discussion. I think the committee has to convene first and then decide how they're going to make
I mean,
decisions.
and
That was what I envisioned.
we've had some correspondence from parents already,
Sure.
and certainly if anybody wants to make a comment, they can make it too.
Yeah, there are some predetermined factors in the contract that we are living with right now, so we would have to use that as a guide as well.
To David's point, by publicly and formally putting Cynthia on that task, I think what we're doing is inviting the community to
Absolutely.
to participate,
Yeah.
communicate.
Yep.
Do we need a motion?
Do we need a motion?
Would someone like to,
I'd like to move that Cynthia Rainey represent the school committee on the calendar committee
I second.
and is that for both districts?
for both districts. Thank you.
Okay. Any further discussion? And all in favor for Concord?
Aye.
Any opposed or abstaining?
All in favor for the region?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Ayes have it.
It's unanimous. Cynthia, thank you very
Never
much for
mandated.
representing us there. Look at that. See, we're very efficient tonight.
Correspondence.
I think that's it. Were there any liaison reports other than that?
We can give folks a quick update on the middle school building committee.
We're gonna do that.
We're going to do that
We're gonna do
later
that.
tonight. We have that
Okay,
later on the
sorry.
agenda.
That's Concord. I
Yeah.
I
apologize.
just wanted to actually about our meeting in the morning.
Awesome.
Policy.
A policy.
Okay, yeah, we can do that one.
Subcommittee update.
The policy subcommittee met this morning, and it was again a largely an organizational meeting. David couldn't be with us, and yet what we did was met with our MASC rep, and the plan is to continue working through the careful review of the policies. We're well through them now. These run A through J with many a policy within each cluster. And so we're picking it up somewhere in the J's with the understanding that we will really work in two ways. One, this careful policy by policy review. Is it identical to MASC? Why or why not? And is it in need of attention? Why or why not? And then we bring everything back to the larger committee for public communication. And then secondly, what we'll do is at perhaps alternating meetings, depending on what the demand is, we will take some out of order because they are timely for another review now out of cycle. So we want to make it known to the committee and the public at large that if attention should be given to something that doesn't follow this cue, make it known to us, and if it's worthy of taking it out of queue, we're going to try to do so. And we don't have any on that list right now other than travel considerations. So that's where we stand on that. Next meeting, November 21.
Great.
Awesome.
Any other?
Yes, I have a CPAC update. CPAC members are very happy that our out-of-district students, there are Concord Carlisle regional students, are now receiving automated email information about things that do happen in the district, and they have the option to opt out if they don't want to receive, if they feel like their email box is overwhelmed. However, this gives these families opportunity to participate in school-wide opportunities for events and things that happen at the high school. So it was very well received. Thank you.
Great. That's great.
Saying nothing else.
Any other? Oh, yeah.
Also, CPAC is hoping that we can add their group to the school committee email, automated email push out. I know we talked about it
yes.
the last.
Aaron can do that.
Yes.
Yeah.
They're calling to ask about that.
Yeah.
Okay, anything else? Correspondence, we did get one email that I'm aware of here from David Cresco, who's the band director. Please join us for the Home of the Brave and Night of Music honoring our veterans and active military on November 7th in the auditorium at the high school at 7 p.m. It's a 35-minute presentation will feature the CCHS bands, orchestra, and special guests, the CCHS Select Choir. Tickets are $25 each, $25 for family, veterans, and active military, free of charge. Available at ticketstage.com or at the door. And proceeds will go to support Fisher House, Boston, which provides lodging and transportation for military families while their loved ones are receiving medical treatment. And I hope that we can join them.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay. Only other ones were questions about the calendar. So other than that, that's it.
Okay, Lori,
Great, thank you.
Dr. Hunter.
Either works. Highlights of the work we've been doing over the last month as we really got into the routines of school. Student wellness continues to be our priority among the several initiatives that we are actively focused on. Kristen Herbert's pulled together a social and emotional committee that's met once. Really interesting to look at the curriculum aspects of that. We shared it yesterday with the PTG presidents. A couple of you were there for that. We'll definitely bring it all here as the work continues and we come to outcomes and actual plans and where we're going to put those skill sets. Challenge Success is also actively underway and operating and making its plans. And by it, I mean multiple sets of committee work at the middle and high school. You saw my letter to families stating our prioritization of this topic, and that was the beginning of the conversation. And just as I've been out at different forums in the last couple of weeks, I've continued to really, any conversation we're having can loop back to this discussion. So we've been actively turning conversations to some of some of what this means, and I think to your points in making sure families are engaged and talking with us on it. And finally, the high school is awarded an $8,000 grant to work on social emotional curriculum from the state in a competitive process. And the more I reread the grant application, I think not only is their work targeted, but I think the conditions under which they had to put together the whole context of all the work we're doing as part of the grant, and I think that is likely a nice balance to the ideas that they submitted. So we're grateful for the state's support there. Educator evaluation, we are in the throes of moving past the goal setting stage and into observations in classrooms. I'm working with the principals and out in the buildings, and we're doing learning walks together and debriefing after we walk, just in very general terms, not in any way we're evaluating teachers, it's more for our own teaching and learning dialogue, and really trying to make that a productive conversation. Innovative pedagogy is another thread of our strategic plan. Kristen's second large group of this year will be innovative teaching. Our first meeting there will be in early November. Some of the messaging is also this year to staff to try new things, and we're going to continue to send that message and watch as that happens in front of us, and then share it out as we celebrate some of those new efforts and what comes from them. Inclusion and cultural competency, METCO, I sort of packaged this all together this time. METCO CEO Millie Thomas has been out to meet with the leadership team. She traveled then to Alcott in the high school and was able to see kids, which was excellent. There's a lot changing there, so we'll have Millie come to a school committee meeting later this year in terms of the application process and acceptance process. We've been debating the timing of that. We actually think it might be helpful to get into that process a little bit. The deadline for applications now closes in January rather than this longevity of years for a waiting list. So we'd actually like to be through it a little bit and give you more feedback on how it's going rather than how it's supposed to go, which is what it sounds like now.
And it's specific to kindergarten.
For us, it's kindergarten as an entry point. If we were to accept students in grades 6 or 9, which are sometimes our other entry points, we usually look at the cohort and look at the numbers. And if the 6th grade numbers, for example, last year had dropped to 5 going into the middle school, so we did bring 6 other students in. So usually that's the review we do to just be sure we're maintaining a cohort of approximately 10 at every grade level.
Okay.
We did have a hate speech issue at the middle school, so we spent a considerable amount of time working through that. Both Justin Cameron and I and Andrew Namichi, our METCO director, we had very productive evening conversations with families in Boston and Concord 2 nights consecutively last week. The staff met with all students last Thursday in advisory and shared a statement of what had happened and opened it up to student dialogue, and really productive conversations happened there. It's interesting because as we talk with the kids, there's a lot of feedback from them on consequences and really literal pieces of this, and we're going to keep working to make sure we talk on all the other pieces, not just the developmentally intuitive questions that come first. So it's a reactive response, and what we want to do is really tighten our protocols when those things happen while we continue to strengthen the foundation of efforts to be proactive so that we aren't experiencing as much of those kinds of issues. Special education and student support. We continue to have ongoing discussions of our programs and our services to students and their impact. We're looping back considerably to the high school and looking at how that rollout has gone and the first year under our belt and looking at what's worked and what needs tweaks. School safety, we have additional security cameras thanks to the state grant that we participated in. Concord Police has met with the leadership team a number of times about Alice and how we're implementing that. So we're really considering the messages we want to send to kids, the training we want to give to teachers, and make sure we feel that both we're hitting that really tricky balance of preparedness and not traumatizing kids to the what-ifs. So I'm grateful to the police for their discussions with that. The district safety committee will meet for the first time in November.
Do we have a date?
Off the top of my head, it's the 7th, I think, but I'll double check. I'll send a reminder as well. Sustainability, we're highly focused on this. I feel like I'm spending a lot of time talking on all of our different efforts, whether it be the new middle school or community groups or the work we're going to do with the kids or in the cafeteria. Most exciting is to have 3 students come to the district level meeting so that we have that student voice right in the room. And we meet Thursday. And then finally, I've been attending staff meetings regularly in classrooms as much as possible. I met with the Rotary to put together a club that we had proposed at the middle school last spring, and we're executing on that. Attending the senior leadership meetings at Concord Town Hall has been incredibly valuable and really strengthened all of our communication. So I'm looking forward to all the events the kids have talked about. They're all on my calendar with the exception of the one that conflicts with this meeting. So we're going to build a master calendar. That's one of my outcomes this year. We've had a couple of conflicts come up already, and we're going to build a master view here that makes sure Tuesdays that we meet don't conflict with other issues. You've all had personal issues, some of you, about trying to be in 2 places, and just get a little more ahead of that so that we're all not trying to be in 2 places at once and can devote our attention.
Great.
Lori?
Yeah.
You didn't speak to the innovative pedagogy?
I did quickly. We're really in the early part of that work for this year. The committee's going to meet in early November. Kristen's pulling together a pre-K to 12 committee, so I'll be participating in that. We're also working through our curriculum work with the departments, and any revisions will start to take us in that direction. We have professional development to do. There's a lot of moving pieces, and we want the teachers really empowered to be leading that.
Teachers only?
The committee, yes. Yeah.
So we're in Carlisle, I have intellectual reason of interest, but Carlisle, we're pulling together a visioning committee for the middle school. It's cross-functional, so teachers, parents, other people. But, we're quite interested they're just in the organizational phase as well, but there'll be a broad data gathering, of different things. So we would like some insight into some of those things that are covered as you go forward, because we're really trying to gather fresher ideas, and I know you guys have a lot of stuff going on that would be helpful.
Great. Glad to.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Thank you.
So next up is the regional budget report.
Budget report.
Right. Drum roll, please.
No. Welcome, Jared.
I'll just set context while he gets organized over there. Jared's been pulling together the high-level view of the drivers that will feed us into FY21. So just a reminder that this is the preliminary set of data information. Much of it is the debrief of where FY20 landed, because that's going to be actual numbers that help us to inform FY21. And to highlight other things as we know them. You'll see a few more TBDs this year with contracts being on the bargaining table and things like that. But hopefully this sets the stage. This is round 1, and then round 2 we come back to you on November 19th with the line item budget and bottom line numbers and all the stuff that comes with that. So you're on.
All right. I am so excited to be presenting the budget to you all. It's the best time of the year. I'm also excited to be going before Mr. Rullo. I know Mike likes to go after him. I also want to start too by saying, the business office, Ian Raines, Nikki Scott, I couldn't have done this without them. All this work was done in a team. So hopefully it's all really good news. There's a lot of information, so I'm going to be reading a lot, if you don't mind, because there's a lot of numbers, and I think it's all very important information.
Hey, Jared, do you want us to interrupt you through it, or wait till you go through it to talk about stuff?
Maybe afterwards, because I think a lot of these slides, I'm going to be answering questions in later slides, especially the numbers. But if there's something that you think can't wait, certainly interrupt. So again, we did the zero-based budget. We're starting the zero-based budget. And what that is for the new members of the committee is zero-based budgeting is a method of budgeting in which all expenses must be justified. Zero-based budgeting starts from a zero base, and every function is analyzed for its needs and costs. During the past few months, principals, administrators, department heads, and support staff continued their deep dive that we started last year, and we're building again this budget from scratch. This year, we are taking an even deeper dive into staffing and enrollment sizes in every classroom. We continue to look at contract services, memberships, and fees, PD, in all aspects of special education. All departments are reviewing the supplies and materials, textbooks, equipment, software, and hardware, and we have already identified some cost savings in ink, believe it or not, due to print management contract that the district enrolled in FY19. To date, we have hit all of our timeline deadlines. All FY21 department and admin requests have been submitted, and the business office team is getting ready for the next phase, which starts next week when the central office administrative team meets with Principal Mistrullo and other department heads. Other upcoming important dates include this Thursday, the 24th, and next Thursday, the 30th, when we present the preliminary budget data to the finance committees at each town. This year's initial, on November 19th, the recommended budget will be presented to you all, the school committee. This year's initial governor's budget is due on January 22nd, but as we know, those numbers will change many, many times. On March 6th, the superintendent's budget book will be available, and on April 27th is the first day of both town meetings as scheduled. The region's general fund closed out the 2019 fiscal year with a positive budget variance of $191,005. Descriptions of what is in each 1,000 function category is on page 4 of the preliminary budget book, which is on our website. We closed with this positive variance while further prepaying $231,658 towards FY20 special ed collaborative tuitions. You're allowed to prepay up to 3 months worth of collaborative tuitions. Further, the general fund paid an additional $324,928 towards 2019 special education tuitions, which allowed the circuit breaker carryover revolving balance to go from 0 at the end of fiscal year 18 to $598,354 to start FY19, and I'll get into that in a little bit. This is the reason you see for the negative $556,000 here in programs with other districts. The big thing about that, though, is Moody's will look very favorably on having this circuit breaker carryover. The only thing we had going into this year was an E&D balance of about 2.7%, and now we have additional E&D as well as a circuit breaker revolving balance. Also in the preliminary budget book, beginning on page 5, we give an expanded report by the 1,000 function, by the 100 function. So this is the 1,000 function. We go again by the 100 function. Here's our revenue performance. As you can see, the district received $609,774 more dollars than anticipated, but really the main reason for that was the additional state aid we got. We got $221,000 in Chapter 70, additional monies from Chapter 71. Interest was a little less of a surprise. We budgeted, I think, a little bit more appropriately for FY20. But the main thing here is when we do the budget, we're doing it in October and early November. Governor's budget does not come out until the fourth Wednesday in January, and those numbers change. So we'd have to be a little bit conservative on that, but this is not typical, but it's very good.
I think it's even harder because there's so much political focus right now on the Chapter 70 formula that this bump was bigger than you would have ever probably expected it to be. We're watching really closely. As you know, there's a lot more still going there right now. And I think we're probably going to end up in the same place where we have to be conservative, not knowing what the outcome will be. So more to come on that. We can certainly talk on it more.
But to frame this, so what you're saying is what you thought 70 or what you budgeted for 70 in this time last year, and when the actual amount came out, it was a couple $100,000 more than you thought.
These
it would
are
be.
right. Well, these are
For now.
2000. So this is really 2 years ago. So this is how we ended FY19. So it was
Oh,
budgeted in FY18.
2 years ago.
2 years ago. Yeah.
And so, but don't you also at this point know how much 70 you're getting for this year?
We do, but it's still preliminary.
And how does it, I mean, give us a general sense of how it comports with the budget you prepared last year?
For 20, we are up. I think I want to say we're up. We're way up, about same amount right now.
Okay. And same with 71?
71.
So
Yeah.
again, running higher in cash than
From the
you would have
revenue side,
expected.
correct, yeah. Interest, not as much, and then it's still too early right now for miscellaneous revenue, but we budgeted a little differently than we did in 2018, the previous business manager.
And so also going back to don't go back to them, but the slides were, line item slides, 191,000, you also underspent on top of that, or is that?
We underspent, so that's about 0.07% of the budget. So in a regional budget, you don't have to spend to that dollar. That 191 goes to E&D.
Right, but that's not counting this reimbursement.
That is
That's
not,
purely on the
that's
spend
in
side.
addition to, yeah.
So it is kind of addition to.
It is in addition to, yep. And I'll get into that on E&D and how that works. So the district continues to review organizational processes for effectiveness and efficiency. Areas of review can be operational or strategic in scope. The district continues the effort to restructure special education services. The leadership team now allows for a broader view and closer connections. The director is now a director of student services, rather than solely special education, creating thoughtful connections among a wide range of students. The out-of-district coordinator relates with the school district directly, broadening the relationships and flow between in-district and out-of-district services. A team chair is in place at the high school, allowing for cohesion and consistency of processes, transitions, and supports. It's important to note, though, that this will have a fiscal impact, but it will allow more students to be serviced in our public schools and in the high school. Purchasing continues to be centralized. All paper is acquired through the Ripley Copy Center, and all ink purchasing has been consolidated with a single vendor. A more collaborative decision-making process has been implemented for technology and educational material purchasing. The district is continuing to review printing and copying since it's one of our largest cost drivers. Ongoing development of systematic plan will reduce hardware and consumable costs. Later this fall, all new student registrations will process through the superintendent's office. This will improve communication between departments and ensure accurate state reporting upon which the state aid is based. So that is very big. Lastly, and this is something that happened last year, but I'm going to leave it on for this year. Department of Education and the Department of Elementary and Secondary Education regularly updates the fiscal reporting structure. IT cost classifications have been revamped again by DESE in an attempt to standardize statewide reporting. Before the changes, there was a lot of vagueness regarding how certain IT expenditures should be reported. In the past, the district included many school-focused support positions, including help desk type activities, as district-wide IT. The new DESE IT cost clarifications eliminate much of this vagueness, moving many support positions to operations and maintenance cost categories. The district anticipates new DESE reporting standards will improve efforts to benchmark IT expenditures. One of the things that we will take on by the end of this fiscal year is updating our chart of accounts, and you'll see a lot of our 1000 function, which is the administration function, go towards other 1000 classifications. We do have a crosswalk. What that is we know what should be reported as what. So when we do the state reporting, we identify it correctly. So if you go online and you take a look at all of our reports, they are correct. But some of the ones that we use currently are no longer DESI functions. I do highlight those and bring those to your attention in the budget book. The grade 9 through age programs underwent an external review process in 2018. The report, as well as the reports of the Concord Public Schools, are posted and guide the efforts to improve student delivery models, which also align with improved fiscal structures. These efforts include a transition program for students aged 18 to 22 who require services are now in place. The program is housed in the Ripley Administration Building and teaches life skills and gives the students extensive time in the community. They also interact with us in the Ripley Building. We see them every day, and it's great. It really is. The new Director of Student Services should really be commended on that. And this program creates the final program in the district's continuing services. Work is ongoing in the review of service delivery. The high school rebuilt its model to focus on grouping students with similar needs. That work was reviewed in June of 2019 and continues to be assessed for ongoing improvements in efficiency. We're also reviewing the roles of tutors. By providing a broader range of regular education services, special education is then offered as a means for individualized goals as intended. We continue to collect data and offer more focused services prior to students entering special education. The chart here compares the district's total FY18 and FY19 special education tuition expenses by funding source. As you can see, we intentionally contributed more from the general fund in FY19 to build up circuit breaker reserves. So we received just over $1 million in circuit breakers in FY19. Instead of charging all of the special education tuitions to that, we only charged $470, which is the reason for that 2.9 number there, and the reason for that negative 556 on the main page. State and federal requirements continue to evolve. Legislative changes are continually monitored to ensure compliance. The Commissioner is leading discussions focused on student engagement and fostering positive learning opportunities for students with less emphasis on test scores. These initiatives fully align with the district's strategic plan. The district's population of English language learners continues to grow. Mandated services can require additional staffing at any time, as can translation services. We are currently serving 8 students at the high school, including those considered newcomers, requiring one-to-one support. Grants and reimbursements is fluid. As you know, federal grants rates can fluctuate quickly depending on the decisions made at the federal level. Recent changes in Massachusetts provided us unexpected support from MECO this past year. The state legislation continues to debate changes to the Chapter 70 formula and special education circuit breaker via the Student Opportunity Act. So right now, the way that circuit breaker works, they are, I think, lobbying for up to 75%, including transportation costs, which was never included before. The way that that works is they have a threshold. Say that number is 50,000, they will pay up to 75% of that. If that number is 49,999, technically you don't get anything from that, and that is 100% the cost of the district. So the more money we get and the lower the threshold, the better we can do. So here's the fun stuff. Here's the numbers. So E&D. So the district has taken action to increase its E&D or excess and deficiency fund balance. And what that is it's primarily a reserve account for regional school districts. E&D is comparable to town free cash or corporate retained earnings. The anticipated June 30th, 2019 E&D increase was planned with support of both town finance committees last fall as part of the FY20 budget development. In October of 2018, the district participated in the Moody's credit review. The review affirmed the district's AAA rating with one caveat: a negative outlook caused by declining district reserve funds. The school committee made the decision to halve the use of E&D as a FY20 funding source, primarily through FY20 OPEB, an OPEB reduction. School committee's decision to reduce the use of E&D as a funding source, combined with positive operating results in the state aid relief, has resulted in an increase to the E&D reserve account. The E&D fund is statutorily limited to 5% of the succeeding year's capital budget and general fund operating budget, which is about $1.7 million. So 5%, that cap is $1,734,000. The 6/30 E&D balance that we're estimating right now is at 4%, or $1,382,000. So that's really good right now. We're in good shape.
Can we take a pause here?
Please.
So a good story, right? Almost $1 million, almost $800,000 of extra money, found money through being careful in spending and conservative in forecasting aid. About half of which, not quite, used for the budget. Are you guided? Is your guidance more, you want to stay kind of in that 4% E&D range, and then what's left over you'll apply to the operating budget?
I think that would be a good recommendation.
Okay.
One of the big things, though, one of the big reasons that E&D was increased was the district, like I said, made a conscious effort to reduce what they were contributing to offset the revenue. So in FY19, we had contributed $650,000, give or take, towards using E&D. By reducing that $350,000, the delta, that $300,000, goes back into E&D. So,
Right.
And that is FY19's E&D number. Even though it's used for FY20, it's part of the reserve or unreserved.
I understand that, I think. So, I mean, it sounds like, prudent fiscal decisions.
Yeah.
As we enter the FY21 budgeting period, and you indicated earlier that you're probably equally conservative in your, let's call it FY20 revenues in excess of budget. So we can expect again, maybe $600,000. It's too early to say how you will perform on your actual expenditures because we're not very deep into the year yet, so let's just leave that at neutral. You're not going to need all of that $600,000. Going to need maybe not too much of it because you're already at 4%. So just kind of explain you're going to cover that later in terms of your guidance of how much of your anticipated E&D excess you would apply to the 21 budget?
I will, but I think that's more of next month's presentation, believe it or not, because I'm still projecting revenue, especially for next year's, and I don't have my numbers yet for FY21. So we're still meeting with principals. I don't even have.
Okay. So we have budget sessions with the FinComs on the calendar for like next week, though.
Well, right, and then
What's that for?
that's pretty much the same exact report.
We always bring them a preliminary round of drivers, and then we go back in November and bring them the bottom line.
So the, ever scrounging Carlisle FinCom is probably going to look pretty closely at that.
Sure.
I want to see how much you can squeeze into their 21 budget.
Right.
I'm sure that's what they'll.
Right.
So, David, you're spot on. That is part of the discussion to come. We're going into the FY21 build in a really different place than we were a year ago because of all the thoughtful things that happened last year. And we do need to decide, do we take more of a risk in projecting revenue? Because if we're already at 4%, we can only go to 5, so we're in an incredibly better place, and that's thanks to the support of the towns who helped us to get here, and now we need to manage it.
Yeah,
with a different approach.
right, and it's a good story, and I would certainly lead with the, not mandate maybe, but the very wise decision to do everything you can to maintain a good bond rating.
Yes.
So that guides everything, you did it. And, you know, I mean, I think if that's emphasized, then I think it's fine.
I think it's a great story. Having gone through this discussion last year at this time, it's been really uncomfortable. It feels so much better to be looking at these numbers. I did want to clarify one thing that you just said, David. You said, oh, an increase of 700,000 or 800,000 in E&D numbers, but our E&D balance is an increase of about 400,000, not.
No, I'm
700,
saying that
800.
we're at 4%. Our budget's going to go up by some amount, so 4% will be a little bit larger than the current E&D balance of $1.3 million. So call it $1.5 million, I don't know.
Okay.
But if the second line item down, the FY20 revenues in excess of budget, is comparable to 600,000, there's 600,000 out of which,
That's
pick
what
a number, you're going to need maybe 100,000 to keep the E&D at 4%. You know, it's just kind of guessing, but that's what FinCom will do, right?
Got
No, you're right.
You can totally, okay. I wanted to make sure it didn't look like we had 800,000 in found monies that we just had
Yeah, no.
planned for.
Well,
So
no,
I'm
we
just
do this
clarifying
year.
where those numbers came from.
Yeah.
Got it.
I think just to, one of the, given what we're looking at from financing standpoint, potentially over the next couple of years, you know, the whole reason we did this was because of Moody's
Yes.
concern about our E&D relative to our bond rating. When we get to this point where we're having these sort of final discussions, I think we want to, you know, I would probably argue we might even want to end up a little north of 4% just to maintain, to give us that cushion, because we don't want to find ourselves in a situation where, you know, we end up with unexpected expenses next year that cause this number to end up down at, you know, back down at 3.25, and be in a situation where we've got some negative watch from Moody's at the same time that we're trying to raise money. So I'm just throwing that out there, so we'll
I agree,
have
but I
that
think
conversation when we get to
I
that.
agree, that's why the framing,
Yeah.
you're doing it next week, next week for us. And you just say, you know, you're at 4%, that's great, but you know, 4.5 is really pretty good because we don't need to be right at 5, but we should kind of get as close to 5 as we can.
Right.
And, you know, again, I can only speak to Carlisle, but they understand that. We operate on the same guidelines. We have an additional burden that we're a small town, so we're even more under scrutiny for our fiscal responsibility, and everybody tries to hit the max of reserve and, you know, guidelines. So I think it'll be okay. Just, I would just, you know, say it.
Yeah. And the good news is I think that's a common goal that we have, which is to maximize C&D and have the
Yeah, I mean, that's how we got here, because without the FinComs both realizing they needed to help, that's why we're here.
Right.
It was a very productive budget process to share the information, and the response was really successful.
Yep.
Thank you, sorry.
So the region's overall enrollment levels are expected to remain relatively level through FY25. However, the share of Concord student enrollment continues to increase compared to the Carlisle student enrollment. Transportation, just to give you a little update on transportation, we currently have 20, operate with 20 buses, one wheelchair bus. The oldest of the fleet is from 2006. As part of the FY20 budget, the district has completed procurement process for 3 new vehicles that will be delivered January of 2020. And the administration has done a good job building a replacement cycle, and the money is now static in the general fund budget. Quite a few TBDs, but right now we have 6 bargaining units at the region. The CCTA bargaining is scheduled to begin prior to the close of this fiscal year. And last year we recently concluded negotiations with the CCH tutors. So there's been some changes in OPEB. I'm going to try and explain this as best as I can. It can get a little confusing, but basically everything you thought you knew about it, they changed it. So the new actuarial reporting standards had a positive impact on the district's OPEB funding schedule. Specifically, new governmental accounting standards require an entry age normal method compared to the previously used projected unit credit method. The new standards have improved the district's funding progress. However, underfunded FY19 and FY20 OPEB contributions would have a negative impact on future valuations. The district anticipates completion of the June 30th, 2019 OPEB valuation by January 31st, 2020. OPEB estimates are highly volatile because they rely on estimating future healthcare costs, the healthcare regulatory environment, investment returns, demographic changes, and participant mortality. Accordingly, the FY22 funding amount is subject to change as a result of the June 30th, 2019 valuation. The table details the district's OPEB funding schedule as of June 30th, 2018. An FY21 contribution of $548,087 is required to meet the actuarially determined 2038 100% funded target date. District administration recommends level funding OPEB contributions at $550 through 2022 in order to mitigate the underfunding in FY19 and FY20.
Just a quick comment that the numbers you're used to looking at, the ARC, were very different.
We're a lot different.
And with this recalculation, which I'm not even going to act like I understand completely, puts us much closer in the lane of what they're now expecting. So we learned a lot the last month about they're recalculating constantly your actual OPEB liability, and it's going in a direction that fits much closer to what we've been funding the last few years. So that's great news.
Not only that, it used to be an uphill
Yeah,
curve,
it would be up.
and now it's a downhill slope,
And
which
this
is
is not,
fabulous news.
not due to any changes we've done internally, but
No.
rather the mechanics,
The actuaries. Yes.
the actuarials.
I mean, it
Okay.
could change a little bit, but it's going to be more closer to these numbers than the ones, again, you have seen in the past.
This is a different ballgame.
It actually takes the risk we took in not funding OPEB to what the ARC showed and making sure we targeted END and circuit breaker,
Right.
and validates that we're
Validates the
still in good
choice.
shape.
Now, a question, these numbers are getting smaller every year for us, which is such a change from what we've seen. Is that partially because we have funded it well over time? Do other towns required contributions look a lot different?
I can't answer for other towns.
Right.
I did have a conversation with Ms. LaFleur over at the town. She said she's seeing the same thing. Ian's a little more versed actually right now than I am in the OPEB. How do you feel about that? Have you seen that?
If we pull up the full report, you'll see it goes down for a while, and it goes up a little bit in like the 2030s, but it's nothing drastic.
Okay.
The actuaries are pretty adamant about their numbers really are good for a couple years in the future. What happens in 2030, it's really just a real shot in the dark kind of thing. The numbers are
Understandable.
going to be very active and be way up, but the next couple of years, those numbers should be pretty close.
So for the next couple of years, so is there the chance, do you think, that 3 years from now we could be sitting here, or you all could be sitting here, and the slope looks different again?
Yes.
Yeah.
Regulatory changes are the biggest thing right now. So right now there's a as part of the Affordable Care Act, there's a Cadillac tax, and the actuaries are including that in the numbers. If they actually pull back on that law, the numbers will go down even further. But I couldn't tell you by how.
Yeah, but there's also other kind of factors as well.
There's a lot of
I mean,
factors the other way.
the majority of the towns are underfunded.
Right. So you have a $4.5 million balance in OPEB right now,
Right.
which is very healthy.
Which is very healthy.
And the 2022 catching up 100,000 more than, or 60,000 more than suggested is the artifact of being underfunded in 19 and 20?
Correct.
Okay.
Just a recommendation.
Yeah, I think that change in the way from EAN to PUC, if you dig into what that really means based on the experience of investment returns and healthcare costs. It's just when you look at those numbers, that's a big driver for this change. So, I think this, in a way, as long as they don't change this back, this is sort of a one-time thing. I would expect that we will be back on, that the whole concept of this would indicate that you would be on an upward slope most of the time. It's just that transition from the way the
But wasn't there, we were battling a huge overhang of, the problem was only recognized like a decade ago, right? And at that point, there was already a huge overhang, so wasn't everything catch up? Like, so you're saying we're basically done with catch up, right? We're now staying on slope? Or is this still catch up together?
we still have catch up. As he mentioned, the 19 number where we, which is probably the most dramatic, to fund that budget, we cut back pretty significantly on our OPEB contribution. So when you look at the 2022 number where it's 550 is the proposed contribution, it's primarily to get us back on track to make that up.
So like the total dollar value of the anticipated liability compared with the balance is like what?
It's about 25%. We're about 25% funded.
Okay, so we still have a long way to go. We have to keep chucking away at $500,000 a year.
And luckily right now we have a good amount of money in the trust fund that's earning investment earnings that goes towards that along with our contributions.
Right, okay. Is there an investment committee? How is that managed?
It's managed, it mirrors the town. So the town has a pretty big supporting structure and we follow along with their.
So you just do what they do?
For the most part, yeah. They use some index funds and some target date funds.
Right. So there is an investment committee in town that guides that?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay. And is there any guidance taken from the Carlisle Investment Committee?
No.
Okay.
We actually use the, I think the pension, most of the pension board is the ones that follow the OPEB investments, so it kind of mirrors the pension.
So I get it that you're following people who are paying for that service, we're not paying for it, but is there a policy document or a guidance or there should be some kind of governing document because you're sitting on a lot of cash. And we sit here today in 2019 saying, great, we're going to do what Concord does, but really we are our own region, we have our own millions of dollars balance, and I would think that governance should have an investment, even if the decision is, hey, we're just going to rubber stamp what the guys down the street are doing. I believe there should be a formality. We shouldn't just.
I think statutorily, you have to have one. I'll talk to the two town managers about that.
Yeah.
To set up this OPEB trust, there has to be some sort of trustees.
I'm pretty sure, I'm kind of looking at Mike and I know he's talking to Ian about this at the moment. We have an investment committee in Concord. It is responsible.
Concord's not region.
Right, I understand, but it's responsible for, we aren't paying, just trying to correct, you made a comment about we're paying for advice.
No, so we're not paying, we're letting somebody else pay, which is fine with me.
No, we're not paying.
Right. Right.
We have a committee who is making recommendations of how this is done. And we are just,
But who's the we?
Concord.
Right, but this is Concord Carlisle region, so the region has its own millions of dollars balance. I'm just suggesting that the region with the regional trust fund should have regional trustees with meetings, and there should be some documented, advice following, even if it's as simple as let's look at what Concord does, let's look at what Carlisle does, and let's pick. But I think it needs a process as the balance grows. And maybe there is a process, but nobody in this room is able to tell me what that is.
We've had this discussion at the Financial Audit Advisory Committee, and
who's on that committee?
Pardon me?
Who's on that committee?
It's a town committee that reviews both Concord and the Concord Carlisle Regional financials. And we had a conversation in that venue about this particular topic, and the general feeling was that they're, trying to have two different committees basically pulled from the same pool of people in the community would probably be more challenging than trying.
There are two communities involved.
I understand, but we were,
The point,
Is this something
I
that
left
we
my
can
point, I believe it should be looked at. and
follow up on what
come
the
back.
process is?
I don't want to tie everybody up.
I'm just trying to explain where we
The
are.
region's not Concord, nor Carlisle. Let's get
I don't hear you making recommendations so much as saying, let's find out more about the current process.
Sure,
Yeah.
sure, because maybe it's fine.
Yeah.
But we should be able to clearly say,
Right.
the committee met, it looked at Concord's investment strategy, it voted to support it, and that's where we put our money.
I think the first thing that would like the administration to come back with us is whether there is a statutory solution to this and whether we follow it or not.
Yeah. I mean, it must be regional guidelines, I'm
Yeah.
sure. but- Okay, thank you.
This slide's pretty self-explanatory. Right now, high school debt is going down through the next decade.
Yes,
Health insurance.
unfortunately.
Health insurance premiums continue to rise faster than inflation. FY19 active employee premiums increased between 5.5 and 9.5%, depending on the carrier and the plan. In an effort to curb the premium growth costs, the town of Concord, specifically Kerry LaFleur, introduced a high deductible health plan option in FY18. This plan limits long-run growth in healthcare spending by encouraging beneficiaries to price shop for non-emergency services. In order to encourage increased participation in high-deductible health plans, the district offers $1,000 for individual plans and $2,000 for family plans participating employee health savings accounts. In FY19, the district implemented a premium subsidy program to lower the employee share of premium costs. The premium subsidy program further encourages employee participation in high-deductible health plans and other lower-cost insurance plans. Beyond active employee plans, the district offers retiree health insurance to eligible retirees, spouses, and dependents. Since retirees over the age of 65 are required to apply for Medicare Part A and B, the majority of district retirees are either enrolled in Medicare Supplemental or Medicare Advantage plans. Advantage plans are generally much lower than active employee plans. However, changes in the regulatory environment can dramatically impact rates. Medicare Supplemental and Medicare Advantage premium rates increased between 8 and 16% in calendar year 2018. Calendar year 2020 rates will increase between 0 and 1.3%. Beyond premium increases, the cost of retiree health insurance increases proportionately to the number of eligible retirees. Because the population of eligible retirees continues to increase, the district expects retiree health insurance to be the fastest growing expenditure over the next decade.
So,
Is there a max age for retirees? I mean, do they go off of our insurance then? Because it's
No,
75?
yeah, I don't think so.
so this supplements, as
Yeah.
you said. So the question, now I remember, thanks for this. So we're pay as you go. We have this, we're 25% funded in some mythical future obligation, right? But we're not growing that balance because we're paying like each
No.
year. We fund, apart from OPEB, we pay out of pocket
Correct.
the current, right? So I mean, in theory, if that continued forever, there would actually be no overhang, because I understand that you have to reserve for it, but I mean, that point probably needs to be emphasized to people that don't follow that, right? That we're actually paying our now obligations of our now retirees.
Yes.
We're not growing the national debt, right?
Correct.
We're just addressing this overhang of some future possibility that we would completely stop funding
Yeah.
the pay-as-you-go.
Yeah. And that's what OPEB, other post-employment benefits is what OPEB
But isn't it, it's that, right?
Yep.
Yeah.
So the district, as you know, receives additional revenue other than the general fund amount This is the chart of additional revenue received in FY19 and what the district is projected to receive in 20 and 21. Very preliminary still for 20, obviously as well for 2021. We anticipate a fairly large reduction in circuit breaker. The reason for that is because we're sending less kids out intentionally, servicing them more in district. And we continue to create programs to service those special needs kids. In addition, we also receive revolving gift and other balances or other accounts. It's important to note, though, that these accounts can only be used for the intention in which that they were raised. So some of these do look like they are high balances, but again, you can only use it for specific things. It cannot be used to offset the general fund, other than, say, circuit breaker.
You're saying circuit breaker can be used for non-special ed?
No.
No, it has to be used for special ed,
But not necessarily out of district, just any special ed?
We use it right now. Well, we use it for tuitions.
Right.
You can use it for contract services.
You could do it for them.
Yeah. And that is pretty much it. In the back of the book, we have some funding descriptions because we use a lot of acronyms. We have the most up-to-date Mass chart of accounts. Then we have our enrollment reports that is updated as of last week from NESDEC. And I answer any other questions you now have.
The functions that DESI's no longer recognized that we have, is the intention to keep those because it helps us in the way we're thinking about things, or are we going to hold?
My recommendation is to change them, to get them in line. Many of them you can figure out by looking at what the function is, what DESI's intention is, such as 2300 is no longer a DESI function, but we know it's 2305 because the descriptions might say classroom teachers or something like that. I want to get it 100% right, and then they're going to change it a week later. But it's something that we should really look at yearly, and I know it will help Ian, who does our end of year report.
Yeah.
But,
Yeah, we'll get rid of the crosswalk just in time to put it back up.
That's right.
Yeah. Really get rid of it.
Why did they change?
They change often.
Why?
They're constantly just changing the reporting. Like the biggest thing, honestly, is the IT costs. It's funny, whenever somebody calls me to say, I have this expenditure, what account can I put it in? If it's an IT one, I get confused right away because there are so many different ones. When I look at our account structure, which has 27 different numbers, the one I look at the most, obviously, is DESI's, the DESI one. Because a supply, there are many things that can be in a supply line, but we have 15 different ways of saying it. I would love to continue to consolidate lines, get it from, I think we have about 440, give or take, maybe a little less at the region, and keep consolidating it. Because when I was actually in Peabody, each elementary school had 5 lines that was principal discretionary use. I think in our elementary schools and our high school, we probably have 50 or 60. And they're all made up of the same DESI functions for the most part.
Okay.
I think it's good that they've taken this on because IT costs have been rising rapidly for the last decade. And it really wasn't as big an issue 10 years ago. Now it's a meaningful part of the budget and it's a benchmarking nightmare. So I'm glad they're doing it. And once we catch up with current expenditures and the types of expenditures on IT, then these changes might slow down a bit because, like you said, they're mostly related to IT. Once they get that in order, the numbers will keep going up, but at least they will be cataloged in the same spot across districts.
And you'll see our admin costs have been going down because they would justify going into the 1,000 admin function, but they could have been in the 400s, which is maintenance or something like that. So you're going to see a decrease in
So
admin costs.
you're saying that the facilities director, or whatever the title is now in maintenance, not in admin? Is that kind of?
No, but they have like hardware lines in there that are now IT specific, and they call it maintenance. That is the
You
general
mean maintenance of
1,000.
hardware, you don't mean maintenance of the building?
Yeah,
So another question that reminds me, and I know you sort of skipped over the capital because there isn't anything other than that.
We have another
Parking
agenda
lot.
item.
Yeah,
But-
there's another poll discussion.
But, so at Carlisle, we have this ongoing thing about IT capitalizing or expensing. Sounds like you expense all your IT.
correct.
No, regardless of life, you buy it and expense it.
Currently, yep.
Okay. I mean, I think it's fine.
Yeah.
So you mentioned printing, consumables, copiers. Is there one contract for both districts?
Right now, we use the same vendor
Right.
for ink, 2 different contracts. But what it does is basically every time it gets to about 15 to 20% low cartridge, they ship it automatically out.
What about maintenance?
Maintenance on them, that is also included, so it's included clicks and maintenance. We had to upgrade a number of our printers to do that, but that is part of the contract as well.
And then generally speaking, at the region, do we have a lot of printers scattered throughout the building? Or is it centralized?
It's getting centralized,
Okay.
getting more centralized.
Sorry.
We did do an audit, this past summer, and we took out a number of machines. And what we did is we got them better, high production ones,
Yep.
so 3 to 4 for every one, other way around. And it's going well. And,
Right.
also, we're trying to push it to the copier based as well.
Yep.
One, I think it prints better, it's more convenient, it doesn't break down as much, and it's literally 80% less in cost.
And most of them come with scanners.
Correct.
Email.
So we're trying to push that towards.
Yeah, it's hard.
It is.
Yeah.
One more comment/question. First part of the comment, I'm very glad that we're looking at enrollment projections in this because it affects the assessment and the actual cost for both towns long term, and it's good to be looking a couple years out because it is going to hit Concord this year and likely next year. I guess the second piece of that is I want to make sure, and we've had this conversation many times before, but I just need to say it out loud. I want to make sure that we're all very clear that assessment in terms of Concord and Carlisle and Breakout is not actually a budget line item. It's not something we're budgeting for. It's not something we purchase. It is how it gets paid for after the budget is set. And so
Right.
that's something that we've had to have conversations before about here, and I just want to make sure that it's kind of clear to everyone here, especially those.
It's really important
discussed this a
guidance for
lot.
the FinCom, right? 'Cause
It's very
the
important,
FinCom,
exactly.
the equation is X from Jared times Y assessment equals what I have to pay for.
Exactly.
And so it'll be near and dear,
Right.
that'll be top of
So it's a
mind.
very important topic as we talk with the finance committees of both towns. But I just want to make sure that we all don't confuse it as part of the budget versus
It doesn't
a
drive
step
budget,
that comes
it
after the budget that
drives
affects our
sources.
costs.
Yeah.
Well, but
very
there is, I mean, to be, open about it, there's a political component to it because let's just say, Jared presents an absolutely level budget compared to the prior year.
Right.
And you have an assessment swing. One town feels like they saved a bunch of money and one town
Right.
feels like they got a big bill.
Absolutely.
And they
That's- yeah.
forget, the town that got a big bill is gonna completely forget
Right.
that
it's a
Jared and
level
his team
budget.
did really hard work to keep the budget up. Completely immaterial to them.
Yep.
Why is it going up so much? Why do you have an 8% increase? Why do we? And so we have to be, cognizant of that. And particularly, there's this, I don't have the slide in front of me, but the shift is.
Yeah, it's there on the screen.
No, that's,
Sounds totally
what you're
trivial,
saying,
but
David, is exactly why I bring it
Yeah,
up.
that's right.
So it's
I
another
just wanna-
pay-as-you-go consideration.
Yeah.
We don't have any leveling.
No, I
sort
mean,
of
it's,
formula.
yeah, I agree. I just, we represent the political entity of the two towns as well, and I think we're aligned. We just gotta make sure the message is
Yeah.
consistent that
Yes.
we don't control that. right?
Well, the recent example was Concord looked at a one-year $500,000 bump. correct?
Yes, and then Carlisle had
And then
a
Carlisle
recovery
did.
of 300,000 last year, and there's probably another almost 270 swinging back to Concord this
To
year.
David's
So
point, we have to help people take a slightly longer view.
Yeah, right. I mean, we want to stay focused, again, because of my background, I'm sensitive to this stuff, right? That the messaging is about the total budget. I think the team's done a great job, it looks like. Prudent stewards of the two towns' cash. We do a good product, and, if you don't like that problem, then encourage parents with little children to move to your town, right? That's kind of the
I was just saying, we can move the signs according to the
we haven't tried that strategy.
Okay. But we digress. Sorry, Jared.
Or move to the other town, I should say.
I want to thank you for the clarity of the report.
Yes.
Yeah, it's really good.
Yes.
Exceptional. One of the early slides, I'm not sure it matched the online report, and so I'll come back to you on that one. But I don't think
There was one, no, we didn't change anything.
okay,
So it just looks a little different.
Yeah.
Okay.
okay, all right. But all in all, very, very easy to understand
Yes.
and useful for anybody to look at as a way to enter into the fiscal 21 process and understand it as all the parties get to work on this. Thank you.
Even I understood, which actually gives you a good indication that you can speak to it.
Awesome. Thank you, Jared.
Only part one.
I was going to say, he'll be back for the Concord.
No, we got, I know, exactly.
Mike, you can stay.
We're not done with you yet.
Transition
That's
to
right,
the
transition.
high school?
So,
Yes.
well, I will move on to the high school improvement plan now and invite Mr. Mistrullo up to join us. Hi, welcome. So maybe we should apologize to Mr. Mistrullo that he has to do this alone. In the past year or two, he's gotten to present jointly with the other principals, and they were quite a show together, which was always fun. So
I do apologize.
sorry we had to separate you out from your colleagues.
No worries, I apologize. I was ready to go, but it signed me out.
Oh no, it's
So
okay.
we timed you out. We're
Well,
sorry.
yes. Is that going up there?
All right. So, thank you for having me, and like many of you, I get up very early, so working on, about 17 hours, so, just set the bar really low. Please. So I'm just gonna quickly go through the 4 goals. You have a copy of the entire plan, and then talk to just a few of, just some of the more important points, probably spending most of the time on goal 1, and then just get some questions in the end. So the first goal is about transitions, and you'll see it really mirrors a lot of the strategic plan. And on the bottom of each slide, you'll see where it matches up with the superintendent's strategic plan. So improve practices to ease student transitions from one school to another and one town to another, and complete a holistic review of our 9th grade model, research and implement best practices for a 9th grade education. That's goal 1. Goal 2 is implement tiered levels of support to meet the academic and social emotional behavior needs of all students. Goal 3, develop a bell schedule that promotes student well-being, equity, intellectual curiosity, and authentic learning opportunities for students and educators. And goal 4, create a collaborative and inclusive culture at CCHS and the community that values diversity and recognizes the contributions and uniqueness of each student. Okay, so goal 1 is really, again, about 9th grade transition. And just before I get into some of the details, I want to be clear that we're not saying that something's broken, that we're not doing it well at the 9th grade level. What we are saying is there a way to do it better? So the freshman experience at CCHS currently is a very traditional freshman experience. And I think one of the hallmarks of our school is just a welcoming and caring environment. So the question for us really is the current model meeting the needs of adolescents in 2019 recognizing that students in 2019 are different. Kids are much different now. And the reality is, ninth grade is really hard. It's really challenging. And that goes without saying, but it really is a big leap. Yeah, so whether you're coming from K through 8, or whether you're coming from a middle school, you have the relative cocoon and bubble of that experience, and then going into a much larger school. So, students from Carlisle, for example, are coming into a much larger environment. And so it's just, ninth grade is challenging for kids all across the country, and there's a number of reasons why. So what we're hoping is to do some work so the ninth graders will leave with more skills, more resiliency, better coping mechanisms, and better equipped to succeed in high school and beyond. So I'm not going to get too deep into the research, but
It's attached to the agenda.
It's not, sorry.
No.
But I do want to share some data from the superintendent survey.
But not a slide.
A survey that I gave at the end of last year, and also some challenge success data. So one is just about connectedness, and you can see that the challenge success data, are you connected to at least one adult in the school that you can go to if you have problems? And it makes sense that students at the freshman level are not quite as connected, 63% versus 85. There's just not as much time to get connected, but clearly that's a very important factor. And so I think we're doing it really well, but some area for growth. And part of that is just the structure of a high school. It's really challenging. All of a sudden, they have a very dynamic schedule, different teachers, different levels. So it's just hard to get connected. We do have an advisory program, but it's just harder to get connected as a freshman. And also, as I just noted, we gave a spring, last year I gave a parent survey, and some of this is also from Dr. Hunch's survey. So one of the questions we asked is, please share 2 things that went well in the transition for your child coming into high school. And some of the common themes were freshman orientation that is led by some great staff members along with student leaders and advisory. And it is a great way to welcome students. We have upperclassmen giving up a couple days of their summer to really welcome 8th graders, and it's great. There was a lot of positive comments on 8th grade parent night, touring the building early, playing a sport was quite helpful. People noted having their schedule before school, and also a lot of feedback just saying it's a really welcoming and caring environment. Another question we asked is, please share 2 specific things that could be improved to support your child in the transition from middle school to high school. And then there was a lot of feedback on just really on study skills, being prepared for the rigor of the high school. More opportunities for freshmen to build community just within the 9th grade. A lot of feedback on it would be helpful for a gradual ramp up of academics. It does seem like a big leap. There was a lot of angst around bio and for science, what science class to take as a freshman. I think we have some students that could speak to that. Just the increased expectations of everything, academics, sports, extracurriculars. A lot of stress around placements, honors versus CP. And just, we saw a lot of feedback that it's hard to connect if you're not playing a sport. Sports oftentimes start before the school year even starts, so there's an opportunity to connect with kids. A couple more is, please share any suggestions for how the overall transition from middle to high school can be improved, and more opportunities for one-on-one relationships or small group relationships with teachers was noted a few times. A lot of talk just about the workload being really tough to manage. Again, I used this last line on the 3rd bullet, which is, and I took that from our visit from Brookline. And I really liked what they said is they're because they have a freshman academy, and they wanted to make it a half step to high school versus one giant leap to high school. There's a lot of advocacy for peer mentors, upperclassmen being paired with a freshman. This is a common theme where it's really about trying to be a coordination of workload. We do have coordinated assessment days around end of quarters. This can be really challenging because they're taking 5 cores plus some electives, and trying to get all those pieces coordinated so there's not too much of a workload on a given day can be really challenging. And that's just part of the high school model. I know it's a struggle really for a lot of schools. And then there was a lot of feedback too of just more coordination between the middle school and the high school to help with the transition, middle schools and the high schools. These are some quotes that were directly from, I could give you really 100, but a few that just help them from parents, help them figure out how to navigate the high school structure. helping them just with executive functioning skills, to be prepared and organized. Again, teaching some very specific skills on how to succeed in high school. And, asking for structured opportunities to help students transition as a 9th grade community and making friends. Stakes seem to go from 0 to 100 pretty fast in high school. So the committee that's been meeting for some time developed this essential question. So given changes in the student population, how do we create an emotionally healthy, socially inclusive, and academically supportive first-year experience for our 9th grade students? So where we are at this point is we're, as a committee, we're meeting and really trying to focus on what could a freshman model look like. We've taken some visits, as you saw in the plan, to Brookline. We've got some feedback from some teachers who are at CCHS that were in Lexington. We went to the Parker Charter in Beverly. And really what we're trying to do is just make the learning community smaller with a focus on increased connections. Another aspect that could be a positive byproduct of it is if we had 4 cohorts, for example, that we could have coordinated community service with students, and that could be part of the learning experience their freshman year. More opportunities for interdisciplinary learning, and really just a team approach to focus on the health and well-being of students, and just treating 9th graders differently than we do 12th graders. Essentially, we have a great freshman orientation program. We do have, again, advisory leaders. The upperclassmen will go into a freshman advisory. But other than that, they're really 25% of the school, and maybe from a developmental standpoint, they're just not really, they're not ready to be treated like the rest of the population. So again, some of the highlights that we think are really exciting is, again, just smaller cohorts of students, interdisciplinary opportunities, easier to coordinate assessments and major assignments, perhaps some additional opportunities for co-teaching. We could have freshman-specific field trips and programming, maybe having a class embedded that is just for executive functioning, how to be organized, how to take notes, etc. And then coordinated interventions, which I can speak to a little more in a second. So I think I've highlighted a few of these. Again, focusing on what skills and competencies students need to be successful. Some of the other things we're looking at is just a 9th grade curriculum, both levels in the math department. I've made a note of we're having a discussion about sciences for freshmen, and we've had some great visits to some schools that have a model like this. Some of the other things we've been talking about is just reviewing grading practices. What do we want to have make it the transition a little easier? Maybe the first quarter is pass-fail, and we're actually piloting that in science this year, in earth science, and it is optional for kids to take the first quarter as a pass-fail, taking a little bit of the pressure off. Just talk about retake policies and competency-based learning, grading, really looking at an idea of developing a course to help students transition to high school. Parker Charter does a 7th grade, they're a 7 to 12 onboarding class, which is phenomenal. I made note of the community service project. And then also just talking about common practices. What are some things that we all agree on as a learning community that we can have so we're consistent, that would really benefit students? Goal number 2, implement tiered levels of support to meet the academic and social emotional behavior needs of all students. And just to give you a very brief overview, again, I was here last year talking about RTI. So the process begins by giving a universal screener to all 9th grade students, and struggling learners are provided with interventions at increasing levels of intensity. Progress is monitored very closely, and then educational decisions about the intensity and duration of interventions are based on individual student response to instruction. So this is really, for the most part, for struggling learners that are general ed students, not in special ed. How it works, all 9th grade students complete a universal screener in ELA, math, and social emotional learning. And we have a social emotional screener that is PEER, which is Partnerships in Education and Resilience, and that is out of Harvard. And we're in year 2 of that. So I'm just going to give you a real brief snapshot of what some of the data that it produces, which is really good. So you can see that we would have, this is the aggregate, and we would have the students in green would be that are above benchmark, students in blue that are on watch, and then yellow that would be an intervention needed, and then an urgent intervention for orange. And it gives you some really detailed reports, including, what grade level they are, the grade equivalent to they are by the month, which is really helpful. So it does give you a lot of really good data, and it's got a very user-friendly dashboard. So it's quite a powerful tool. And then the Peer Institute, which is the SDL, it focuses on 10 scales. And you can see action-oriented, assertiveness, empathy, reflection, relationships, trust, optimism, etc. It's important to keep in mind that this universal screener is about one data point. It's not going to inform everything we do. It just kind of informs based on some of the other data points. And they're just like with RTI and ELA and math, there's 3 different interventions. With tier 1 being prevention, build a developmentally supportive environment. 2, effectively support struggling students before crisis. And the much smaller group intervention that identifies students in crisis and build a safety net. And this is a quick snapshot of what it would look like for a student, an example. And so you can see it gives you a little across the board about how they're doing in all those action items. In all those 10 strands. And we really focused on this, the relationships. How are the relationships with their peers and adults? And having this information before all the guidance counselors meet with the freshmen is really helpful. Not that they will say, as a result of seeing your report, I want to talk to you about relationships more. It informs the discussion, helps ask some questions about their experience so far.
So Mike, we just got the 9th grade parents just got a note. They haven't done the pair yet, right?
So the peer, it's over a 2-week period, but there was an opt-out option for parents.
So we saw this note. Right?
Yeah.
I was trying to kind of understand it with my daughter. You can opt out, but you can also opt in. And I mean, if you do nothing, you're opting in, right?
Yes, that's correct.
But it was suggested that you have a conversation with your child about whether they want to share the data with their parents, and they should know that ahead of time because it biases the answers, right? But there's really no formality. It was kind of a guide. It wasn't clear to me. I mean, my wife said, well, of course you want to know the data. And I'm like, well, I don't know, But there didn't seem to be like a real action. And when I asked my daughter, there wasn't, in her mind, there wasn't no clarity. There was no knowledge of this really. Like she didn't see at all on her radar screen.
Sure, because it's atypical in terms of a math or an ELA assessment. Their peer does recommend an opt-out. Last year we did offer it as well. There was only one family that decided not to, and I think we only received feedback from one as well. Again, it's just a good kind of baseline to start and to really form some of our discussions.
I mean, I guess my questioning is, to what degree are these are given to 9th graders, right?
Yes, that's correct. Yeah.
To what degree are the 9th graders aware that this is coming up? Do they know? Is it?
Yeah. I mean, so it's done in 3. So the ELA is done in English, the math is done in math, and this is open through social studies classes. Okay. Because all freshmen have social studies classes for the most part.
So to them, it's just another test.
Yeah, and it's not a big ask. It's roughly 20 minutes of one class period.
Okay. So you downplay it. I mean, it seems like very useful information, but you're not.
No, I mean, it's about one data point. Yeah. Okay. And this will just highlight, again, a dashboard look at what we'll talk about. What are the common strengths and what are the more of the challenges? Just for the sake of time, I'm going to speed up a little bit. So just a quick update. All 9th grade students they've recently completed the math and ELA, and they're in the process of completing the peer. The RTI team will analyze the data and develop tier 2 interventions, in addition to in-class supports in both math and reading. Students scoring below grade level will work with, we have dedicated staff in both math and English for targeted supports. And then we have what we call the student intervention team that will use the screening data and will recommend interventions as needed. And school psychologists are assisting in the supports, and so struggling students, they might be lead groups or have one-to-one, but this will all be in conjunction with family involvement. And again, it's about one data point. Goal number 3, develop a bell schedule that promotes student well-being, equity, intellectual curiosity, and authentic learning opportunities for students and educators. So this is Challenge Success is looking at this, and also because, I'm a total glutton for punishment. We did this in my first year, so it was a schedule process that I came at the very end. I will say that the bell schedule, it does engage all stakeholders, and people are very invested. And Kristen Herbert has a great line that says, I can schedule anything you want, I can't schedule everything you want. And so there are a lot of stakeholders with different opinions about how to do the schedule, so it can elicit a lot of emotion. And for that reason, we're taking a very slow process. So this will be done throughout the course of this year, and then it wouldn't even be implemented till the following year, because you need it done by January to do it for a fall. So
Is that bell as in bounding, like kind of?
yes, and so I characterize it as a bell schedule because oftentimes people don't understand what you're talking about. How many classes you offer in a day,
Right.
how many rotations, et cetera. So that's
How
what we're
long
talking
they
about.
are. Yeah.
And it's, this impacts every person in the building more than anything else. In Challenge Success, they really advocate this is really your starting point when you're looking to reduce stress in students. That bell schedule is perhaps the most important thing. Just really quickly, I want to talk about some of the Challenge Success highlights from the past. Coordinated assessment days, trying to get one platform for all homework. Part of the initiative to move school to 8. We've had a lot of great speakers. We had a dialogue night, clearly helped in the launch of Q5. We have Feel Good Fridays, which is great. The Parents Association comes in, we'll play some music, and the kids do, have other activities going on at lunch. Instituted a reading period around exams, just to make sure that we're not, doing new material all the way up until exams. And also one homework-free weekend per month that we have, so some good stuff. Also want to highlight, if you ever get an opportunity to go to the high school anytime soon, there's this alumni project that is just really phenomenal. And so it sought input from a lot of graduates without your traditional track, and really highlighted some of their success. And there's some nice poster boards in the high school, and I've shared this out, and it's a great effort initiative. So again, Challenge Success really seeing bell schedule as can have a substantial impact on engagement, teaching, and learning. And again, the committee will engage with all stakeholders to develop a new bell schedule, and we're not even looking to do it until the fall of 2020. Last will create a collaborative and inclusive culture at CCHS and the community that values diversity and recognizes the contributions and uniqueness of each person, again aligned with the strategic plan. Some of the action items I wanted to highlight is just some PD offered K through 12, which is great, and highlight one group at the high school that's doing what they call Charge, Anti-Racism Food for Educators. It's also a Concord Fellows course. And Nora Murphy, Patty Worth, David Nuremberg, Caitlin Smith, and of course the MECO director Andrew are leading that, which is really great. Andrew administered a MECO parent survey and analyzing that data to identify patterns and areas of growth to increase the understanding of inclusivity. Really helping implement the great work the school committee did on the religious holiday accommodation policy. And lastly, one other thing I wanted to point out was really make sure that we're broad in the understanding about diversity and inclusion at CCHS to recognize the contributions and uniqueness of each person, regardless of disability, race, religion, sex, national origin, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. So really make sure we're broad in that definition. And I think you can see that even by the speaker at the beginning of the year. We had a great speaker who was disabled, who was blind. So really kicking off that discussion. All right, that was a lot.
Wow.
Great. Any questions?
Do you have any kind of mentoring, like 11th grader with a freshman, or any kind of pairing of that?
So what we have is advisory leaders. So advisory leaders means the upperclassmen will go into the freshman advisory. So I have a freshman advisory, for example, and I have 2 upperclassmen who come in and help lead the lesson, and it can be it's a connection to an upperclassman. And it's a great program, and the students, it's very competitive even to be part of it. There could be other opportunities for more parent mentoring.
Take them, so have lunch with them, or something. I mean, you possibly could make it a community service credit, but just because everybody's in there, I know kids, they're all into their own stuff and their beers, but just have stuff because. And you may do this in the K through 8. We do, right? Carlisle has that. We're what is it? We're the 3rd graders and the 8th graders. I mean, there's some pairing of kids, 5th graders to kindergarten. So there's all these connections that they try to work.
Yeah, that can be really.
I've also seen program by program, at least in the field hockey program. I mean, this is a specific one, but she has paired upperclassmen with freshmen and created that
Less than
your
sports
mentor.
teams do.
Right.
Yeah.
So it might be happening in pockets of teams and
Yeah,
programs.
but as we see, the teams already have kind of a natural, when you're on a team or a band, you didn't mention the other extracurriculars, but
Right.
you're spending a lot of extra time with a mix of upperclassmen, probably are getting that.
Yeah,
Your kids who are really,
The teams start earlier too. They meet over the summer already. So these kids coming in and playing sports, they already
well, the fall sports.
Yeah, the fall sports.
Yeah.
They've already.
My daughter's on a team, but it hasn't started yet, so, yeah.
Yeah, so there are a lot of opportunities through clubs, and there is a fair, they reference one that will be coming in the spring. It's just, it doesn't start right away, so there can be a lag, and if you're struggling to make connections, it can take some time.
So regarding ninth grade or all students, do we currently have a writing center at the high school? Because I would say,
Yes
my
and no.
experience, we
Yeah.
don't.
Yeah, so we've looked to increase the opportunities for supports through CERC, so we have the marketing CERC.
Right.
And really trying to make it more of a writing lab. And so we do, teachers will have it as a duty, so they'll be in there and helping support kids in writing during that time. So I would say this year, more than others, it's more of a writing lab. And the kids do access it quite a bit for a variety of reasons, but certainly there's probably areas for improvement too.
Yeah, because I would say that's one of the huge challenges. You could do everything, you can ask the middle schools to align the curriculum, but no matter what, that's just a big leap.
Yeah.
And it's a big ask. The teachers are asking that, which we want them to do.
Sure.
But
yeah, I think the English department really does a good job preparing kids how to write well. It is a focal point, and they have a heavy emphasis, and for obvious reasons. But that's not the case in every school, if I'm being honest. Even some that I've experienced more of a focus on literature or whatever it may be. It's everything is grounded in communication skills.
But it can be quite stressful for some kids who are struggling.
A question, a sacrilege. Was it ever considered to do Q5 in the beginning of the year? Because that can be a mechanism of bonding, not only for the ninth grader, but coming from vacation, one of the main concerns I hear from my kids and from their friends is this bell schedule with the 3 minutes running. They don't have any chance to making new friends. Every class is with other people. They don't meet the same people. So the Q5, there's always, there's a transition into school that is not, and the last week of school that is not very. Was there ever considered to do that?
So at the beginning of school, no. I'm not saying it's not a good idea. I think it is a good idea. There was some talk about doing in the middle of the year, and that's really kind of a private school model. The issue that we struggle with there is the majority of, we're really trying to encourage children to go out in the field, and it's very weather dependent. And a lot of the programs that we're taking part in are rain or shine. And if for some reason
September is a great time.
September would not be the issue.
The beginning of the year is problematic there because of the, you have like 3 days and then you cut it for the long weekend usually.
Yeah. So the only other negative
mechanism.
It's a good idea. The other problem, the only other issue with that I could hear is we're done with AP tests at this time. We're done with at the end of the year with MCAS. Yeah. And so you're not losing that week, losing in peak.
Yeah, but that's what I said. It's always the first week is not perfect, the last week is not perfect, but I think that the first week might actually give, especially for ninth grade.
What Carlisle does for its sixth graders, they just finished it, is what they call outdoor ed, right? So they have 3.5 nowadays, I think it is, up in New Hampshire somewhere, where they kind of bond, and it's the beginning of middle school, which is capped by the senior trip at the end of middle school. So it's the beginning of that journey. And they do it early. It used to be in the spring, they moved it to the fall, and they found that it helps. So, it's not a bad idea for the ninth graders maybe to take a 3-day break. Maybe not right at the start, but early in the season.
With the ninth grade academy, it would be easier. It would lend itself to do something a little easier than.
Ava, do you have a comment?
Yes, I actually did have a comment. I had a comment and a question. I had a comment regarding the science, environmental science program that you have that you are piloting. There's a great feedback coming back as kids. The pressure is definitely lift off from worrying about grades as they are just starting up in classes in 9th grade. So it gives kids a little bit of leeway to learn those skills, how to study, get some feedback, and then really dive into the testing, but also the curriculum. So that's one comment. So that's great work right there. Thank you. And then I also had a question regarding the inclusion. You have mentioned inclusion of people with different sex orientation, disability. How is inclusion? How is this taken in high school for students with a disability on IEPs? What are we doing to make sure that these kids are feeling like they are part of the community?
Yeah, I think it's really important that we make sure that everybody feels included. I do think, again, I've noted a few times, it is a very welcoming environment, and we don't want any group of students to feel stigmatized or different. And I think we've made efforts across the board. That doesn't suggest that there's not room to improve, and there are, I think, a few special ed ideas that we've been talking about to include. So I don't think that answers your question directly. I can tell you it is part of the discussion, and hopefully we are doing a good job of recognizing there's always room for improvement.
Yeah, just very, very quickly, thank you, Mike, for all of this. In terms of the school advisory council, is there a expectation that they will meet several times over the course of the year and do some monitoring on this? How does that work?
Sure. So the school advisory council, we did meet earlier this year to review our school improvement plan. It is an area that we could probably do a better job on. When you look at just the requirement of a school advisory council, it's anytime you can get people, parents, students, staff in the room together is a good thing. I think the good news is we have a very engaged parent community, and whether it's through surveys or principal's coffee or working with the PA and CEF, I think there's a lot of opportunity for parents to stay, the community members to stay very involved and close to it. Some of the asks of a school advisory council can be a little bit of a challenge. For example, provide input on the budget. And that, of course, that's great to have community input on the budget, but it's a very complex thing. We just had an excellent 45-minute presentation on the budget, so it can be a big ask. So another example at our meeting, we talked a lot about RTI, and there's a lot of clarifying questions that folks are asking. So input is always helpful. Keeping them close and informed, is always important. But yeah, so I don't know if that answers your question.
Well, I think you and I are saying the same thing a little in slightly different ways. I guess I'll pose the question again. What is a reasonable ask, from your opinion, of this group over the next year? This is a big piece of their annual work, correct?
Having development of school goals,
exactly.
School improvement, having input.
Yeah. So, speaking for them, what would they want going forward? An end-of-year wrap on this, or?
Yeah. I guess that remains to be seen. It's
okay, so they don't know yet. Okay, got it.
Just one second. Do you have a question?
Oh, I just
want everybody to get a chance.
I just had one very quick comment that actually ties to Eva's. I was sitting here thinking, actually, on inclusion. We've talked so much about it this year, and I just wanted to share, as a parent, things that I've heard, comments among kids that were conversational about, when I go to the learning center, or when this person goes to the CERC or the this or that. And I hear these conversations, and I walked away thinking, wow, those were so nonchalant, and that it made me feel that none of those seem to have a stigma or a label or anything. That the kids, the students, talk about these things just normally because they are normal. Yeah. And I just wanted to share that I've noticed that and appreciated that clearly you're creating an environment where it is all normalized, because they don't seem to be seeing any of these things as labelizing.
So let's take the mark for example. So you have both general ed and special ed students accessing it. Some will be assigned to it, and some will drop in, and nobody knows.
That's
And
great.
we're lucky to have some dedicated staff that are working there, and then we use that as a duty as well. And so teachers, kids can drop in and get some additional support. So yeah, it is pretty seamless, and unless someone is volunteering that they're on an IEP or not, it's unlikely they have any idea.
That's
So
great.
thank you.
So, just want to share. Thank you.
Thank you.
You've all.
I would like to go back to the School Advisory Council question. I agree with the ask. I understand it totally, but unfortunately, we have to abide by the law. The law, this is not a discretionary. School Advisory Council is state law.
It is.
And we took state law here in our policy and actually increased demands on the school. So we have to find a way to do it. Now, I've been part of it, and I think that between the last meeting I've participated in December of 2018 and the meeting you had earlier this month, there was no other meeting of SAC, which is in clear violation of legal. So we have to actually we have to find a way to try and solve it. As part of your SAC was very, it is principals a responsibility to decide what will be the formation of the SAC. It's totally up to you.
Well, yes, but I think you're very close to the law. There is an election process.
Yeah, no. I'm speaking about how many of each, you can decide 2 parents, you can decide 3 or 4.
If I may say one thing,
Yeah.
So, I again readily admit that we could do a better job. Now, believe it or not, I used to be the young guy doing this. I've been an administrative principal now for 12 years. And I think in theory, it's, and again, we'd have to follow by school committee policy and law to recognize that. In theory, it's a great idea. In practice, the reality is we have students, staff, and parents on there with kids that are very busy, so they will often, this is just in my experience, and I think it's pretty typical of principal, will often have an obligation where they have struggled to meet the requirement. You have parents that are, parents of busy kids that kind of fall into that same category. And then you have staff, depending on where you put the actual meeting, that can struggle with it as well. So if it's later, it's a big ask out when people stay from. So it's just one last thing. So what we did this year, I think, will be effective. We moved it to during the day. So we're guaranteed a population of students and staff at a minimum. And parents knew going in what time they would be. So I think it'd be easier, less likely to have your son or daughter's soccer game that would get in the way of the council.
Still,
It's a good change.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's a good practical move.
Yeah.
And so on Thursday we'll have principal's coffee, and then we will. Yeah,
All I'm saying is that I was part of your SAC, and your SAC was very, how to say it, you created a very large SAC. It was a huge room with many participants. Of course, this will be extremely difficult. So maybe the solution would be to create a smaller SAC, not as ambitious. With 2 parents,
we did something similar.
2 parents, 2 days. But at the end of the day, we have a problem because our policy demands a monthly meeting.
Yes, so I'm talking to all the principals about this and have had that discussion with them, and we're agreeing on a minimum for this year, which doesn't comply with the policy. I'm going to say right up front, I've heard the same comments from a number of the other principals. We need to talk about the role of the SAC. We are working very hard to be in compliance mode, and I think I agree with you all, compliance isn't enough. We want these to be really robust communities that really give us that, it's such a unique opportunity to have all those stakeholders in the same place. So it's a conversation we're having as a leadership team, and it does require a look at the school committee policy because monthly is proving to be really challenging. So I think there's a lot more conversation to come. I don't know if you want to have it tonight. You have a very busy agenda for the rest of the evening.
But I think that it had to happen because it has to happen sooner than later because at the end of the day, I think that part of the example we have to give is that we are in compliance. We cannot do, as we know and we discussed it, even the way this SAC was advertised was upfront that it would be 4 meetings a year. Which,
well, so
and there is
Wasn't the
That's the problem. Let's.
Mike, I think you've laid out the obstacles that you're trying to overcome pretty nicely. And it all reinforces the idea that we've got to through Lori, keep working on it. So thank you for that. And,
Yeah.
you know, thank you for the uphill work to pull it together and shift the time.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right.
Appreciate it. Okay,
Okay.
capital articles. I assume that's your backup, Adrian.
I think I'm gonna open that one
Okay.
up. Jared had pretty much every other agenda. We really needed to just revisit where we left off with the capital articles. So just a summary, since we're in a new year and a new committee. Town meeting last year, we got as far as Concord. We didn't pass there, so we didn't get to Carlisle. We had a warrant article for $2 million to look at the paving of the roadway. There's the diagram that we have in the Gale report, which was a year ago this time. Gale Engineering came out and did a whole feasibility study of the options on the high school property, and that fed off of the campus advisory process from the year before. So we're into year 3 of this discussion and what projects and how we fund them for the campus, the high school campus. So the list that got brought to you by the campus advisory committee was the paving of the roadway in front of the BD Center, parking, I had to hesitate to say that out loud, parking, and then to look at options for the track, some outdoor learning space, and we have one other compliance issue with the restroom facilities at the football stadium. Last year, the focus was on the first 2 as a priority of the BD, paving the roadway and the parking. We had a combined article which put them together, and we could I don't know if we want to get into the whys of that at the moment, but I'm framing it for you. At town meeting in Concord, we lost by 12 votes. And so here we are back having the conversation again, and it's that time of year that we should start in October. So we've got a couple of months to talk on what the options are, what you want to do next, what we propose. It does have to be a warrant article in both communities, so also need to make note of that. And I think that's where we are, and the rest is a starting point of what do we want to do for proposals this year, if any.
Could you refresh us on when we might expect pressure from outside sources on the stadium facilities?
You know,
Or is it remain a complete unknown?
We don't have anyone telling us it's imminent. I think they needed to know we realized we needed to do it, but I haven't had feedback from the town of Concord that they're going to imminently tell us that we're out of compliance. So that's all I can say. It's been very anecdotal, and it's been a while since it's been spoken of.
And we don't know of anybody who's been disaffected.
No, I mean, we provide restrooms. In fact, we had pretty collaborative conversations on how to increase the number of portable restrooms, because one of the town departments wanted to share them with us because they use them in a different season than we would. And so there's actually been some nice energy about how to just keep the problem the way it is. And, maybe not consider as much of a problem as a wondering of what we do.
Temporary solution.
Yeah.
Is it safe to say that most of us, or that we all think that the parking is the priority out of those 4 things?
I think this committee hasn't had the conversation yet.
So maybe that's the first thing we should discuss.
Well,
What are our
I
priorities?
think if, just to bring us back, we put the parking and the ring road together last year.
We did.
On purpose.
That actually
you know, I have no fear of saying parking. We need parking.
Here, we have the
and
principle.
so we-
What is the, let's have the what are the priorities?
Okay, thank you. That hasn't changed. And it's not gonna change anytime soon. It might get worse. So the options really are, you know, we know we've got to repave that road because it's a mess. So I think what we probably have in front of us is, do we go back with the same thing we did last year? Do we bifurcate those with the same plan for each, or do we try to change the plan around a little bit? I've brought up the notion of doing a one-way roadway in front of from the two avenues up to the high school and trying to do diagonal parking in the lane that would go away. I don't know if we've had any success.
So Jared met with him, I will throw it to him in a minute. I'll remind you that last spring, the town of Concord DPW offered their engineers to actually do the design of the roadway, saving us a great amount of money, so that's still viable. Jared met with them late last week, so he can give you updates, and we did run some of that option and sort of ask if they had any other ideas, so. Good.
Yeah, so I met with them last Friday, the new engineer, and two other gentlemen, as well as Rich Rain. One of the things that did come up, we did bring up the diagonal parking. He was actually curious to see if that's viable. I believe he said that the road would need to be about 30 feet to do that. So
Can I interrupt? One way?
One way,
Yes.
One
Yeah,
way and parking on the road.
parking on the road, diagonal.
And how wide is it now?
He did not know offhand. He was going to look into that this week, and I'll follow up with him even tomorrow. One of the things he did mention, we might want to do another study, depending on, so we have more information on both the parking and the paving, the design anyway, and then the costs. The costs are going up. He estimated about 25% right now, because there's a premium. There's a premium on prevailing wage. So prevailing wage is not enough. They can't get workers, so they're putting a premium on prevailing wage and paying additional. He said he's never seen anything like it.
I have just now background question. The Gale thing shows a track and a parking lot. Is it? I presume it's either or, and you've decided.
No, it's not either or. Actually, that was the goal of the Gale work, was to see if it could be both, and they have put both in on the campus.
We asked them to do a review of all of these things that that the campus committee presented to them as things we might want to consider. So it's sort of that's a wish list.
Right, but I see a field with a track.
Just down from that is the parking lot of 125 spaces.
So some are squeezed in.
Yeah, we moved the skate park up top, which is the.
It's hard to see on that.
It's really hard to see on those.
The idea behind it was, David, to see
here's the parking.
all possibles.
Parking.
That's the parking we
That doesn't
proposed
exist
last year.
there. And this doesn't exist.
That doesn't
Correct.
exist.
And those other lines of.
It's a touch
So we
board.
proposed this road, and
Okay, and then those other, like lavender, those pink lines.
that's the landfill.
Field landfill.
That's just some art.
Right.
Okay, I get it.
And just to be clear for anybody who's new to the discussion, we're not asking for funding for a track right now.
There's no
It's
track
only
right
on there's no track in the discussion right now. It's on there just so that we know that the parking that we're requesting funding for
So
allows for it still.
Where does the track team practice?
Let's not.
At Everest.
They gotta run in to go down the track.
All right, so okay, I know where it is.
As I was not part of the original discussion, can I ask, just for parking, why was this?
That was discounted. Yeah.
So we have a lot of complicated variables on the regional campus, many of them water related and paved hard surface related. So we have permitting discussions to have with the town of if we were to try to do anything beyond what's already there, of needing a permit for impervious surface increase, which would exceed the bylaw, potentially restoring us to the amount we had with the old high school. So that's been the scope of work we've tried to contain ourselves to, is not exceeding what we had with the old high school. We have not begun the permitting process because you need design and you need to have a project to bring to the committees that need to review that. We also have water drainage discussions to have of significant kind, which is one reason the project went in as one big article, because of the public water supply well at the base of the hill. Everything is highly monitored coming off of that slope. The reason I advocated, right or wrong, was that to pave the road and not know what you're doing with parking, you could potentially have to dig into the road you paved, which is some of what we've been bouncing around with Rich. We have pretty substantial design work on the roadway. We have no design work on parking. It's much more complicated because of all those factors I just mentioned.
A ballpark On the diagonal parking option, let's assume there's enough
Not
width.
yet.
How close to the 125 is?
Yeah, Rich is trying to even see if it's viable at this point.
Well, the viable has to do with how much easement and how wide, but if it was viable,
Was that 40?
so
30
it
or 40
would only be a
spot?
small
It would
percentage.
be maybe a
Yeah.
quarter.
But it would
But if you turn- yeah.
reduce, it would reduce the size of the other lot if we were gonna do that.
But if you do a one-way road, you're gonna do a parking study and drive it, because it's gonna significantly impact
Traffic flow.
the traffic flow. So question, have we ever heard an assessment of Mr. Rain's, how severe does he think our road is compared to all the other, like if he had to put it in his road program, where would he put it? Like this
I
year,
don't think
next
we've
year?
asked him that per se. I know he thought it was going to be better than it was because what they went out to see was if we could just surface it and not have to
Right.
start over again. And once they were looking at it, it definitely needs all the way down to the base. So we could ask him that for that feedback.
Right.
Good question.
It's a good question. Yeah.
I mean, just having driven on Old Marlboro.
Yeah, no, there's a couple that you think are worse. I understand that.
So can I,
I have a quick question. Did anyone look at any new materials used for road surfaces that are permeable and allow for drainage to go right through them?
We didn't get that far at this point.
That's
a good point.
Related to Eva's question, the same place that is now in this design for the 125 parking, did we look at actually not paving it, just?
Yes, we have a gravel lot up top, and when that question was posed to the committees in town, or the directors of those committees, the gravel can pack and then it becomes impervious. So, yes, we did ask, and we were told it was considered impervious because packed gravel.
Okay, so we still have to jump the loop of the license, but it will be a much cheaper thing to do.
yes.
Yeah, I can't answer that.
I
I'm going to say we ran it by
I'm
them.
wondering if, based on just what I'm hearing right now, and recognizing we have 4
Yes.
members to this committee, it might be worthwhile to schedule some time in an upcoming meeting
Yeah.
to talk about some of the historical aspects of this. I don't know if we need Gail or somebody like that to come, but I think we do need to think about how do we bring everybody up to speed with where we are, what we've tried. I mean, some of the we've been down this road of doing some gravel, and then we'll all be on the same page, so that we can have that conversation about and we may have a little more information from Mr. Rain at that point about what we could do with
Yes.
Doesn't it, because it's a time sensitive issue, because you have to prepare it for work, the article and stuff, isn't it worthwhile having a subcommittee that will actually check? No?
I don't think so. We had a campus committee that did a lot of this work. It's embodied in this. So I don't think we should do that.
What we can do is pull up the results of those subcommittees, which is what you're missing right now.
It's done a lot of
So we'll
work.
get all that out to you, and I think we can put it on next week's agenda.
So I'm going to move that, I would like to have a motion that we table this for a
So moved.
future meeting.
Second.
Any discussion on that?
Only yes, that I'm pleased that you've come up with the idea that we look for other alternatives. I think were we to bring something before the 2 towns, they're going to want to see we've been as creative as possible, and if any new opportunities opened up, that we really scrubbed them very thoroughly and brought that forward. So if Jared's already on it, I'm delighted.
Yes, thank you.
Yeah, and I think with all of us having a uniform understanding of property we made, gives everybody a chance to think outside the box too. So all in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Okay, moving on. Bus depot operating expenses.
So in your packets and on the agenda, I did a memo. So I'm going to read the memo. I think
Can you back up to the 212? Can you talk why we're having this conversation before you tell what's in the memo?
Yep. So right now at Knox Trail, there's 2 locations. We have 37 and we have 39. At 37, we have the transportation department. They're located on the 1st floor. At 39, the mechanic pay is there. So there's two locations. Currently, CPS pays the portion for 37, the offices. At 39, it is split between CPS and the region. And Carlisle pays through the assessment their portion.
Yep.
And then at 37, right now, there's about a $29,000 budget item in the Concord town budget. Of that $29,000, roughly $14,000 of that is for the CPS schools. The other is for the regional housing services. In addition to that, including in that $29,000 is a $5,000 capital amount that the town pays for. So we're responsible for $14,597 of that, in which CPS pays the portion of that. The region does not. And again, at 39, the mechanics garage, that through the assessment ratio, Carlisle is paying approximately their 40% share of electrical and heating costs. There are no capital improvements right now.
So just kind of backing up to why we're having the conversation, the first year or so I was here, there was the bus depot just opened that summer. And we've got the documentation now, which it took us a little bit to find, and thanks to Mary Stores and a few others. When the town of Concord decided to build the depot, Carlisle was very clear that that wasn't the direction they were going to support in terms of owning the depot and such. So there's a very well-preserved 2012 memo from the Carlisle Selectmen saying, we're not going to participate in that, but we clearly know we need to be part of the operating costs. So we've been needing to research this as everything opened. It just sort of, the goal was to open, and now we're tracking back to who's paying for what and trying to be sure that everyone's paying their fair share based on the decisions that were made at the time. So it seems like the dangling piece is at the office space, not the depot itself, and just making sure we do the regional approach to that as well.
I mean, it's the contract, right? So there's not really any discussion of it. Is it something that is just a bill that's presented to Carlisle, or does Carlisle have to weigh in?
For the
$5,000 that you're identifying, I guess.
It is just through the assessment through the utilities.
And that's for 39.
No, but it's backwards reaching, right? So there's money owed.
That's a discussion for you to all have. I wasn't thinking retroactive. I was thinking just cleaning it up for that amount of money.
It's not worth it, right?
Yeah.
Okay. So it becomes part of the calculation.
Yeah, and
so
really,
this is more informative.
It's more informative, and it needed to be a public discussion because we've had public questions from other groups and such, and I want to be sure we're very clear that we're addressing this so that both communities are paying what was
the way you outlined is fair.
So I'm not clear on what we're doing about 37.
Yeah.
So what I'm hearing on 37 is we apply the same cost information relevant to that property and the assessment ratios, the 60-40, then the assessment ratio on the 40. And invoice.
At the moment, we don't.
No, right, but I'm saying that's what I'm hearing we're going to do.
Well, no, so I think there's two, if I may, there's two different situations here.
Right.
Starting with 39. 39 is the mechanics garage. Right now, that's everything, that's clean, that's fine. 37 is a little different because you can't do the 60-40 on that because technically it's K through 12. So there's nothing really in the regional agreement that states how would we assess that. You can't do 60-40. It would more likely be 90-10 because 10% of Carlisle represents approximately 10% of the K through 12. But there's no clear language in the regional agreement to assess that.
The RHSO, that's a purely Concord thing?
It's correct.
Yeah, that's town.
So isn't it, you have an operating budget for 37, there's an RSO K through 12 split, and then there's an assessment on the K through 12 piece? Or no?
Currently, the CPS K through 8 or pre-K through 8 portion is $14,597. the town budgets that through town meeting, it's in their budget, and they do a journal entry and reclassify it and charge us for the K through 8 portion of that, which is the 14,959.
So I have let me follow that through. So that's a journal entry at the town level. That's not really showing up in our budget, in our voted budget at town meeting for CPS.
Well, we budget
Or
that.
is it, do you budget it into
We
that
budget
budget?
it, but
Okay, so what if we, the Concord School District, billed the region for 40% of that 14,597? And we made a transfer to the CPS budget.
that could work because then Carlisle would be.
And then Carlisle just automatically
That's
pays
what
their
you wanna do.
40%.
Good job, Wally.
That's what I was trying to say.
So why don't we see if that'll work from a bookkeeping standpoint?
Yep.
Yeah.
And it might be the simplest way to handle that, and we don't have to
Okay.
have them.
This one needs to be put to bed, so thank you. We
Yeah.
kind of chasing this
Well,
one
in
for the
that way,
last
we're not coming up with new percentages.
Right, we're just
No,
doing
right.
our thing.
Yeah.
We're not trying to
We're using our
bill
formula.
outside the regional agreement.
Right.
So could we try to have that for next week?
Yep.
Thanks.
One other quick comment, I know you're probably not happy to see it, but I thought the water costs were lower than I thought they were, bringing in the water, so.
Yep.
And I know we'd like them to be lower, but
Right.
I'm sorry, say that.
the water costs are lower.
Yeah, so I've been in a lot of conversation with the town manager in Acton, town manager in Concord. We do have a water issue at the depot, and there's got to be a better way to do it because we're bringing water in and it sits in the tanks and it gets pretty icky over time. Stephen and I have already had several conversations about this. It's on his radar. We actually asked the town manager in Acton to come out because there is a hookup right there that if the Acton Water Authority were to grant us access. So it's out there now. I think that's progress. There is still capital money left from the build of the depot that would be an option to dig a well too.
Right.
Or fund whatever needed to happen. So there's about 300,000 left at the town, in the town's capital article. So there's just got to get some movement going. I was very encouraged with the response of both the town manager in Acton and Stephen in their interest in keeping this on the radar and trying to see if there's a collaborative solution. And that was just in August when we were all out there. So
We'll be
more to come. You're
We'll be
right.
optimistic.
It needs to get, we need a permanent solution.
Okay, so moving on.
Yes.
The ongoing business. Fiscal year 20 variance report.
Yes. So in your packets, you have the latest variance report. So the remaining balance looks very high right now, and that's for a couple reasons. And I'll explain the negatives as well. Debt right now, we need to get that encumbered. So the debt service will reduce the budget by 3.9 million. In addition, the fixed assets, the reason why we have a negative 250,000 is primarily through the borrowing for the buses. They're requiring us to give them a full purchase order for the price of the bus. Then we encumber that. That will then be liquidated, and then we pay the lease amount. It's just the way that the borrowing that they wanted the bank is requiring us to do that. So that's why there's that 250 will go away.
Okay.
And lastly, programs with other districts. We're waiting for the circuit breaker money to come in. It comes in. It used to come in quarterly. I believe now it comes in monthly. But we need to reclassify those funds. I do not like to. You really should not be getting into the practice of reclassifying into a circuit breaker account or any other revolving account that does not currently have those funds in there. You don't want, because God forbid something happens or 9C cut. So this negative number is going to be there probably until January, give or take. All in all, we're in balance. The region right now is extremely healthy, but we're monitoring dollar every day.
So, Jared, in lines 1,000 and 2,000,
Yes.
I would expect that more of that would be encumbered.
Well, a lot of it is, so in the one, it's a lot of supplies. So we don't encumber supplies, we do encumber quite a bit of supplies, but that's remaining variances. In addition, the 2000s, there's contingency in there, there's sub-accounts. There's a lot, there are still stipends that need to be paid out and encumbered that they're not encumbered yet. Mm-hmm. We are working, the business office and HR are working on ways to, we have this thing called a performance action form. And the way that works is a new hire, a new stipend or an old stipend. We have this form that goes through 5 different people and it takes a lot of time. And you're basically recreating the wheel. What I'm recommending that we do starting in 2021 is we hold the position, even if it's call it a vacant position, therefore I can leave it encumbered, and then it just gets assigned. So going forward, starting next year, it's sort of a big process, but we've been talking about it now for 16 months, because I don't like to have things that I know are coming in not be encumbered yet.
Right.
Yeah, so
that would be good because we get a truer picture.
exactly.
I mean, encumbered is a term of art, but
Yeah.
the fact
But
is,
you're
if you
right.
know it's coming, it's coming.
Puts it aside.
Then you get a better sense of your sort of where you are, up or down.
Correct.
Okay.
And what we're also trying not to do is, we're trying not to do the same encumbrances year after year after year, and then in June 25th, we're still doing liquidations, because then I'm not giving you guys appropriate reports. There, there could be more than that, $191,000 left over at the end of the year. So that's something that we're continuously working on, and through this budget process, now that I've seen a full cycle through, we're identifying them and going to do a better job with that.
Okay. Unless there are any other comments or questions on that, let's keep moving on here. In the interest of time.
I actually think the end of your report that's next, you've seen it in the budget presentation, so
Okay.
unless you have other reasons to look back.
Same numbers.
Yes.
Same numbers.
Done.
Okay, so on action items, I'm proposing a change in this that I emailed everybody earlier in the week. So I think what I'd like to do is start this discussion this way. So you all have, or you're getting, I think you've seen it already, but here's a hard copy. I would entertain a motion that the Concord School District and the Concord Carlisle Regional School District adopt the Needham School District Trip Leader Emergency Plan Worksheet Structure for use with fiscal year 20 and 1 fiscal year 21 overnight trip preparation, which when completed would be provided to the school committees for review prior to final trip approval by the school committees. So, do you want me to read that again?
Sure.
Yeah, we understand where I lost you.
Okay, and I'm trying to frame our conversation here. So I would entertain a motion that the Concord School District and the Concord Carlisle Regional School District will adopt the Needham School District Trip Leader Emergency Plan Worksheet Structure. Obviously changed to be Concord. For the use with our fiscal year 20 overnight trip preparation, which we're in the middle of, and has engendered a lot of discussion. One of those trips, as Cynthia pointed out, is actually a fiscal year 21 trip, but we're approving it now because it happens in July. So which, when completed, will be provided back to the school committees for review prior to final trip approval for the fiscal year 20 trips by the school committee.
So we can put a motion on the floor.
And then we can discuss it.
I honestly still don't understand.
Here, let me summarize. So what this is an emergency contact information form that administration is recommending that this be the information that we collect from the teachers who have submitted trips for initial approval. And that once we have this information, knowing that administration has this information, if we're comfortable with all this, would be enough for us to then vote the final approval. So the motion on the table is that we ask administration to collect this information from all trip leaders.
So we have a uniformity.
And this would be enough for
No,
us
wait.
as detailed.
Okay, let's stop now, please.
But
I'm asking for a motion for this, we can then have discussion.
So that would be a motion for both.
Second,
Are those for both committees?
Right.
Okay, thank you.
Okay.
So
Now,
there's a motion on the
discuss-
table. Now we can discuss.
Discussion.
I think I can offer up some background. This may relate not only to discussions you've had at the chair's level, but that I've had independently with Lori. I have led international trips with students, and I did pose a few questions to her. And one was in regard to whether or not we had some singular set of information gathering tools. It included things like, would a teacher know 24/7 who to call? Were there a crisis overseas? Was there a backup number for that? These are essentials when things go bad. Now, we've been very careful, but we've also been very fortunate. And if you look at the number of trips we do, we're in the trip business. Now, we're a school district, and education is the focus of those trips, but we do a significant amount of trips. So we have put this on our own radar some weeks ago. We can't take it off the radar now. So we looked at this question, what do we have? And the answer might be we don't have a uniform set. What we have is the data that we're getting from individual teachers, and it's not necessarily uniform. So here's an example of one that another school district uses. And I think it is an approximation of what we want, but I wouldn't want to simply summarily adopt it. Needham can't spell the word patient name correctly. Now, that's minor, but more important than that is we don't have a process to use this information. An example would be if 3 teachers say, yeah, I can give you a fax number, and the 4th teacher says, no, I have no idea about fax numbers. What does that obligate us to do about that information? Absent any understanding on that, I think it actually heaps some potential problems on us. That doesn't mean we shouldn't move forward with this kind of idea. But I wouldn't want to hasten to just wholesale adopt this without a process for how we use it. Is this information that we accept as is, or is this a screening tool? Is it, and if it's a screening tool, when is the bar high enough to say to the teacher, we have enough information, we feel comfortable about you and the welfare of those students 4,000 miles away? So, a good start. I think what this tells us is other districts are as concerned as we are about it. There are experts in this field. You go to our summer opportunities fair, the room is full of experts in this field. And we're not experts, but we're getting smarter at it. We are getting smarter at it. So I do think this is a big step ahead, but I couldn't support this exactly as is because of the reasons I've stated.
Can I ask, so in response to that, I think we should also look here at, and again, I've returned multiple times to short-term and long-term. I think right now, the goal, right now, as I understand it, is to lay out a process for us to get through the plan for trips this year, and also figure out what the plan is for long-term process planning. My understanding is the suggestion is that this, as is, or however we edit it, this concept here is a suggestion, at least for the short term for this year, not necessarily to adopt it forever going forward. And my feel is that it is a useful tool in terms of ensuring that we have a basic level of emergency information collected from every trip leader. In terms of is it a screening process, I want to point out that there's a lot of personal information requested in this. So I think this information is not something that would come to all of us necessarily, because that's a lot of personal information that shouldn't be made public. But it would go to the administration. And I think we would request that the administration say, we have all that information, we have it, we feel prepared for emergencies, and we thank them and say, okay, great, now that you have it, let's move forward.
I don't take issue with that, other than the question is still unanswered. What does Lori say yes to and no to? When's enough enough?
We're just looking at one little piece of this thing that you've all brought up. So I get it, that we have to move on. We can't just cover the whole thing, but I mean, this is a purely mechanical. There's nothing wrong with this. Get the contact info. Of course, get the contact information. But I mean, we had, I'm assuming at considerable expense to the district, a lengthy legal opinion about liability, and I asked the administration 4 questions. I have not heard an answer, so I'm going to ask them here. Do all the participants sign a waiver? All the student participants?
Indeed.
Okay,
Indeed,
that's
they
what. Do we Cory check everyone who's leaving?
Absolutely.
Do we have a good understanding of who they might be in contact with internationally? I guess that we can't have Cory checks of international volunteers, chaperones, whatever.
No, but they're in very controlled settings within the scope of what the plan is.
What sort of training do we give our leaders?
There's always chaperone meetings before they go. Most of our
Is it formalized?
through the trip leader, we don't have a standardized process.
Because that's really where this needs to go, right? This is just a little piece of data. It's training, what to do in an emergency. What do you actually do if you're in Japan and the kid has appendicitis?
The questions I put to Lori included, do you know where the nearest hospital is?
Yeah, all that stuff. So this just scratches the surface of that. And let me ask the last one, then I'll get on the podium here. Do we understand with the town, I guess the town of Concord, what limit, or the district, what limits of insurance coverage we have?
We absolutely do. The district's insurance does not cover this. We have to rely on the insurance of the travel agencies that are booking the trips.
Doesn't cover international.
It doesn't cover international travel.
And if I understand right, each teacher chooses another provider, so we have to actually check each of the providers'
That would be
insurance.
correct as of right now. We have, yes, we have been, because 2 years ago, that wasn't even a minimum requirement of the trips.
Whenever you're ready, I have a few things.
I'm done.
No, I'm actually asking the chair because I was told of.
There is to follow on motion I would recommend. I'm just trying to get us to the point where we can move on with the fiscal year 20 trips with the understanding of that we have taken care of a significant portion of what has been identified as the liability aspects through our legal opinion that we've had back from Lemire Murphy. And then another process to go forward with what do we do for the future? Because I think we've all identified that we need to do some work around bringing into alignment, regulation, policy, practice in a way that we can utilize going forward. That's going to take more time than we really have, more time. We should take more time on it than we have to be able to move forward and set these trips up for this year. I'm not excited about saying we're going to put a moratorium on trips this year because we here are trying to pull ourselves out of a situation that effectively we created as a committee by not asking for certain things over time. So I'm trying to do a two-step process here where we identify the major issues and cover those, and then look in with more time into how do we bring all of this together going forward. So
I'm not entirely sure what you mean by moratorium, because I think there may be work that requires some months to do, but I also think that we have the capacity between now and when the teacher planning process period is complete to do some of this housekeeping. So I don't think the specter of a moratorium is something that we need to bring into this.
Well, I'm watching the way this has gone to date, and we are spending an awful lot of time trying to get to
Sure we are,
solution.
because maybe we're playing catch up because it's come to our attention. But are we making progress? I think we are. And ultimately, why are we doing it? We're doing it on behalf of the students and the teachers who are going to go on these trips. So if it takes a little work on our part, well, shame on us for not doing it before, but let's get over that and go do the work.
I think we just have to be careful about, just to respond to, to respond to what Cor just said, in terms of a little work to do in this period that the teachers are doing prep before final approval, we have to be careful not to stretch that out too long, because they have
couldn't agree more. So I'm glad we're seeing progress. So we have a template. Let's go clean it up, and let's bring in a few of the seasoned teachers to have them vetted too, and let's make it operational as soon as we can, so that if there is something that is of a crisis management proportion, Lori doesn't have 10 different sets of information to scramble through. She's got one uniform way to access what she needs quickly, because what you don't want to do in a crisis when you're trying to support teachers overseas is be confused.
Right, and that's
So,
the point.
you've been patient.
Sorry.
Patience with me.
That's his middle name.
I maybe at another university. Put us into this mess, and I'm going to try and help us get out of this mess. But you have to have some patience.
Can you speak into the microphone? I don't think you can.
You have to be a bit patient. The legal opinion that we got, as can be expected from lawyers that have to give an opinion about liability, lawyers cannot tell you that you're free from liability, because at the end of the day, you can't on
There's
them.
always some type of liability.
But they gave a very long and very thorough view. I want to show the most important thing. The most important thing is that the district must exercise a reasonable standard of care. Going back, importantly, the school committee's policies provide for oversight and approval of all school field trips, with the required level of approval increasing in relation to the complexity, cost, and distance, which actually what they tell us is with some of the trips that we have to approve, courts might look at how we did it and ask for an increased level of scrutiny and approval. At the end of the day, there are many issues that we have to actually tackle in the future. The question is, how do we solve the problem of this? And the way to do it, with all due respect, I don't understand the motion here, because it's not on the agenda, and I don't know how it can jump into the agenda, but this form goes into regulation. That's not our, that can be part of the regulations. The superintendent can tell teachers that that should be part of every trip, and that will be part, but it's not instead of our school. Actually, when we go to the policy, nothing in the policy says that we should look at emergency contact. It looks at other things. The first thing that we have to do is, and the other thing they say actually in the legal advice, the courts will do fact-finding, and according to this will decide whether we exercised care or not. So we have to exercise care. The first thing is that we have to separate the vote, I think, and to actually check each trip. And it's not the same process. A weekend in New Hampshire is a trip to the rainforest in Ecuador. It just cannot be the same process. And then each teacher has to actually put the form with contacts, with transportation. To David's question, whether we can query providers outside of the country, we cannot. We can't. These are providers that all we have to do is we have to show one day, if ever, we will have to show that we checked the vendor here, seeing that the vendor here is approved and legal and actually, and we trust them to actually choose good providers there. But we have to show a process of approval. So the teachers cannot actually give us a form that says about the trip, hiking in Banff, as a description. They just can't. And I think that we have to ask them to actually give us more details. Itinerary, who is the provider, contacts, emergency, just to prepare a package, as David actually said in the previous meeting, they have to sell it to us. So we don't want each one of them to come here, but they have to show us educational value. So now we know that this time we're not running after educational value. We should in the future. But at the end of the day, they have to, by November 5th, that you want to bring it up, they have to give us some more detail, and we have to vote on each one of them after and if we see one or two that we're not sure of, despite of the fact that we gave initial approval, we should actually not approve them. We cannot actually approve in a blanket. So all we have to do is this is a good part of everything, but we should show that we actually scrutinize and ask, and if there's one or two trips that we have red flagged, we will ask the teachers to come here and to answer questions.
So I would
may I
respond to
just,
two.
let me just step in there first. I think the easy way we can handle that when we come to vote is we can read down through the list, and if there are trips that anybody wants to pull out separately, it's just like doing a consent agenda.
It's fine.
And we pull it out
It
and
would
then we
be
vote.
faster to just go and vote one by one, honestly, but that's that's a chair.
Yes and no, because every time you do a vote, you have an opportunity for discussion. So I would say we do it, that's the way I would present it as the chair. So I think we can, I don't think that's a big issue with what we're doing here. It might have been a big issue with what we tried to do a couple of weeks ago, but it's not a big issue with what we do when we finally approve it. I think we can handle that. What I would like to do is figure out, because it's 20 of 10 and we haven't even adjourned the regional meeting. If there is a general consensus here that we cannot pass this motion as mentioned, and I'm tempted to just take a vote on it and see what that is, then I would say we need somebody, and maybe it's the two of you, to go through this and see what you might add and bring it back to us next week.
Mr. Chairman, if I can interject. You know, I'm a policy and procedure person, and this is absolutely mechanics that I expect the administration to handle. I don't think it rises to the level of a school committee issue. There's nothing wrong with the form. You should have it as a standard practice. But I think if we go back and parse what we're doing, I agree with you, Val. Educational value is a big thing, and that maybe is a thing we set up for next year, and comportment with our policy and all that. But from the pure mechanics of what we need to do, I believe from the list of things, the risks, the single most important thing we need is a uniform training standard that we make the leaders go through. Maybe we have to get an independent person, and we just have to make sure everybody's on the same page with standard sets of questions about what do you do if, and have a protocol. And we don't have any, we have some urgency, but the only trip immediately coming is the junior state Northeast blah, 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 which isn't even an international trip. So to me, they can go forward and do whatever they do anyway. The first international trip doesn't start till February. I don't think there's anything wrong, and maybe not tonight, in provisionally approving these trips one by one or by roll call, however we do it, with the proviso that the administration put together a common training protocol package by, Christmas or something. We trust that you'll do it before the first trip leaves, but it needs to be done. Filling out names, that they can do that the night before, as far as I'm concerned. But they need to be trained, and everybody needs to understand what happens if.
That's good, but we already, except for one trip here that I don't understand what you're going to do is now, the Dublin, London, that I think needs a discussion. All the other 13 we already initially approved.
This is final proposal.
So we're
We know, because it's not, according to the chair email to us, he's not going to bring it. He's going to bring it November 5th, because we cannot, nothing was done. We cannot actually approve them now after no further detail were given. It's against everything that we decided last week.
Can I make I know we have a vote coming up. I would like permission to represent us and work with Lori on cleaning something like this up and making a very doable, minimal level of training known and available to teachers. This is not a difficult task.
No.
It doesn't have to be a difficult task. All right?
So I think the feedback I need to
We're not reinventing
say,
any wheels here.
I have not left with a clear committee direction. I have 7 different directions between meetings, at the meeting. Please come to a plan that I will gladly go execute.
May I suggest?
I have not left
Let her
that.
finish.
So if we could get to that, I will do whatever you ask. I am not sure what that is.
Let me suggest something. Let me go back to the minutes of the non-existing minutes, the one I would have liked to change of the last meeting. David brought up, before the other motion came to the table, David brought up the solution. He said, let's do initial approval, which we did. And by the next meeting, please come with a package of information about your trip. This can be part of it, about where you're going, why you're going, and give us more details. And then we'll be able to have enough in November 5th in order to vote trip by trip or however you want. Okay, that's I think this will cover us, and then we can actually say each by each what we think.
Okay, may I? So I think I'm hearing a solution here in that what we didn't have from any of the previous meetings is what Lori just described, which is a clear direction of what to do.
Right.
I'm trying to give us something that says, okay, if we say, court, please work with Lori to, if you think there's some things that ought to be added to here because you've done this, then do that, bring it back to us next week, and we say, okay, send this to the teachers. Because what I don't want to have happen is we send something to the teachers, it comes back and we say, there's not enough information here. I want us to make a decision as a committee about what we're asking for, and that we then send that out so that we can get it back at some point, and hopefully before Thanksgiving. So lots of meetings, so that we can vote on this and put fiscal year 20 to bed.
Vote on it, and over the course of the year, get feedback from all parties, teachers, parents, students. How did it work? How can we improve it?
And then
if there's room for improvement. Fine,
a separate piece, there is absolutely room for improvement.
We get through this
And we can
year.
go down that road, and I don't even think we need to talk about it tonight.
No, what are you doing?
Sorry,
Hold on.
can I just interject here? So, from what I am hearing, the superintendent would like some clear input, what to go back to the teachers. We're hearing and we're looking at the trips and the description of the trips, and we as a school committee, we have to adhere to a policy, meaning that there is the extracurricular trips policy, there is the school trips policy. I mean, we have specifics that we have to adhere to. So if we can just make sure that if the superintendent is going back to the teachers, that the information is complete, whether, maybe Kurt goes back and checks on that this will meet our criteria, that I know that Yuval was asking about whether the trips, whether the trips cost is justified by the educational value. And we just said, sell it to us. So if we can just clean up maybe that information, the sell it information, where clearly they are supporting the education of our students. So if they're supporting the education of our students, please sell it, have fuller information explaining how this contributes to to their education.
Yeah.
And I think that will be much easier choice when we're sitting and approving one by one or in all of them together.
Just quick, full disclosure, I do this kind of training often as a pro bono through the Red Cross and the Heart Association. So it's not new to me what we're doing here.
Right?
So I would say, just to your point, most of these are trips we've been doing for a number of years. And there are people who continue to come back and plan to send their kids, and the kids want to go. And it's not like where somebody's presenting a new trip to us that we've never seen before, and so please sell it to us. So I don't know that we need every year, and this is something we need to suss out in how we handle this regulation, practice, and policy that we have not done. I think we need to do this work among ourselves, and I think we should give ourselves time to do it so that we come up with something. So I am not a big fan of the idea of, we need to go get a comprehensive understanding of these that would mirror what we hope we're going to do when we finally pull these things all together. That we are trying to do what I think we should try to do is a hybrid of where we're going to be and where we work. And I think we're getting there with this kind of information. I think the point about some kind of training prior to departures is actually a good one. I mean, why wouldn't we try to do that if Court's got a sense of how to structure that? I think it would be worthwhile to do that. That protects our trip leaders, it protects our students, it protects the district. So it's different from the approval process in the sense it's something we will do. It's not necessarily part of the approval because ostensibly if we're going to do that, then every trip that we approve will go through that. I think we also need to think about for next year, what's the level of engagement in that training year to year for people who are taking the same trip to the same place every year. Do they need to go through that every year? That would seem to me to be a burden they don't need to do. So
we have a motion, Mr. Chairman. So we have a motion on the table. Should we amend it to make it clear to Dr. Hunter what we want to have happen?
That's my concern here. If we're asking for more information than emergency contact, if we're asking for sell it to us information,
No.
that's
part of the motion.
Okay, good.
If I'm correct, what we want to do in the very short term is number one, make sure we adhere to our policy. That's a given. Number two, see that we have a uniform set of information for every trip going out the door. An international trip might require a little higher level of information.
Exactly.
But a common set of information. A third objective is we're not trying to set the bar higher or make this unpleasant for teachers. That's not our purpose here.
This year.
Ever. I mean, we're not trying to make it difficult for teachers.
No.
We're just trying to make this process work for the school district, and in so doing, work for the kids. But it's got to protect the school district. If we're not protected, the kids aren't protected. And then I think it also accomplishes something else which could be very important legally, which is we've demonstrated we've paid attention to legal advice here. And we're attending to any moves we could possibly make to do all the diligence possible. As opposed to you got an opinion, you discussed it in public, and you did absolutely nothing different. I don't think would be a good narrative. So I think this is a very simple thing that is all at the admin level, not a policy level, but allows us to be more comfortable following our policy and approving trips.
Okay, so how does that change the wording if at all?
Let me just, I would withdraw the motion if we can come to the conclusion that you would try to find some time to work with Lori between now and the next meeting to clean this up, actually change it so it says Concord. And has the information that we'll leave it to the two of you.
And leave it a little broader because
Information
I
that's
like
important.
your idea about the phone.
Based on what we've learned, and then bring this back.
That's huge.
You know,
And then we will vote on this going to the
you
teachers.
can take the example
Okay.
of the request to Japan and actually give it that is a very full description on a regular form that the district has.
I think there was one trip that just put hiking in the mountains. I mean, that was the only description that I've seen. So, you know.
So we can look at all of
We're not
that.
talking about that though. We're
The one-
talking about the form.
One piece I want to debate a little bit more, forgive me, but do we formally adopt this as a school committee, or do we have Lori report that this is what she wants to use, and we say thanks for the report?
That's what,
I'm comfortable with that.
I clearly am tired of not making my point. That's absolutely what we should do.
Exactly.
But what we should do, and we don't have to do it next week or anytime. We have to make sure that the administration is charged with and you can do it if you're willing to volunteer your time, a comprehensive baseline training, which would include, I presume, parent orientation, information exchange, whatever forms need to be done. And I didn't mention this, I guess, we should adopt a standard insurance policy for international trips. And we should shop it to carriers. We shouldn't leave it to teachers or tour guides to tell us what insurance we need. We're the Concord Carlisle School District. I mean, everything works till it doesn't. And the fact that we had decades of good trips doesn't mean there won't be a train wreck. And I absolutely agree with you. So I can't emphasize enough, the administration should do the mechanical pieces that are necessary. We should adopt the policy level, educational value aside, just to the line of the reasoning of the memo that we have to have to make sure that there's a standard understanding, whether the teacher has done it once, 0, or 15 times. A little training doesn't hurt, and a standard doesn't hurt.
I totally agree with David, and I actually think that we don't need a motion. I think that we left it last time in a way that we approved those 13 trips in condition, according to the motion of court, in condition that you come to us back with more details. And now we gave some instructions about insurance and training, and honestly, I don't see what can a motion add to what we said last time.
What you're saying then is that when Lori returns with a cleaned up version of this and her ideas about the plan, that is de facto final approval time because it's not initial information, it's final approval information.
It has to. That's how we left it last time.
So I think what we need to commit to the administration about here, because we have not, we just heard that we have not done
We have
this.
not done clear
We
yet.
need to give, we've brought this to a point where we need to commit to something that if it's done, it comes back, it's not a long conversation about, oh, that's not enough.
Right.
If
So
we've aired the
I'll-
things
Comes back,
that we
we vote.
collectively think we need for this year's trips, then we can go ahead and do this. Otherwise, I'm not gonna ask Lori to go do this with a nebulous
Yeah.
sense of what it is we gotta do.
I'll withdraw my motion, but I think we have to scope this down to the form
So,
plus a, maybe, no, and perhaps a clearer mechanism to communicate, especially when you're traveling internationally, to a phone chain of some kind. So, I think other schools have something in that mechanism in place. Am I correct? Right? I think, to me, the training is another issue, and that could be very large or very small. And I personally don't feel like that absolutely has to be in place this year, but that's up to you.
Start it. You got 8 or 6 months.
Exactly, but I
so
mean,
let's, for right now, let's establish what info exactly are we asking Lori to bring back to us in order to give final approval?
Show
for
us
these
what
trips?
she considers to be a uniform and comprehensive set of information about teachers and students so that we've got two-way communication that is highly effective in the event of some incident. David said it well. We're playing a numbers game here. You send enough people to enough places for enough days, stuff happens.
Okay, but what is it that we're asking?
We're asking to show us what
there's
the
some-
common information is, and is there any baseline level of training expected for people on domestic trip or on foreign trip?
For each different trip.
Yeah.
And we're not asking for more educational value in this
That's
particular
already in
round.
the forms.
I agree.
It's already in the forms.
Just wanna-
So basically, she's going to bring us the new set of forms.
Yeah.
And she
Okay.
thinks it's going to work for this year. I'm putting words into your mouth, but that's what I'm hoping.
I can try.
So, can I say something for a second? At the end of the day, we have a list of 13 trips. There is the form, like David Nuremberg. There is some emergency information. David says, and I think he's right, that we have to look at insurance. Either we can buy the insurance from one vendor rather than go to each vendor of each trip. I don't go into this. But at the end of the day, I'll give you an example. Not sellers, but Romney rock climbing. Maybe 2 sentences on who they are and how, rock climbing is an inherently dangerous sport. We have to approve it. So a couple of lines from the vendor or from the facility saying that it's safe. Things like this. There are things. The Denmark exchange program has got some risks, totally different, apparently, than rock climbing or from the presidential or Air Science Canadian Rockies. Who is running it? Something that gives us a feeling that, when we have running rock climbing, who is the provider?
Okay.
Is it safe? Is it not safe?
I'm not hearing a consensus here. What I would like to do is go back to what we talked about. Would you work with Lori to come up with something?
I'd be happy to, and I would consider.
Next week
I would
that
hope
we can sign off.
I would hope that it would be fairly light work for you, Lori. I will work with you, and I think what we could do is see that something like this accompanies something like what we're already using that would be very satisfactory, both for information coming to this committee and information going out to students and teachers about what we need in our hands in your office in the event you want some support when you're away from Concord. I think it's that simple, and I think we can make recommendations about real generic kinds of training.
Is that?
And do
Dr.
nothing that's going to interfere.
Somewhat
with-
sufficient direction?
We're not
or-
going to, I have no intention, nor do I think we should have any intention of interfering with plans underway right now.
No.
That's good, that's important, I think.
So can we do that?
But I don't think it needs a motion. I don't.
No, I'm not
No,
asking.
it's a consensus.
I'm asking
Just that-
for a commitment from court to
So you will work with Lori and
Absolutely.
Okay. So that's what we're doing.
Can
We're done.
I know what you're doing?
I withdraw the motion.
There is another.
Yeah, I withdrew my motion.
Cynthia withdrew it, I'm sorry, motion, she withdrew it.
Okay. So we need to make a,
We need to revote the initial approval of.
yes, we need to revote the initial approval that was for a trip that just changed venue.
So this has been confused, and we are asking for initial approval just so we can get it to the place where all of the others are. This is an EF leadership conference that was actually approved a year ago, September 25th of 2018.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, so we did a lot of homework since the last meeting. And at the time, the leadership conference itself is in Davos, Switzerland. The proposed trip, aside from that,
This is not the band trip, we're talking about something else.
No, this is an EF leadership conference. The proposed trip at the time was in Lucerne, and that was the proposed site. Since then, the advisors re-looked at that. The EF leadership part is still in Switzerland. She's now proposing stops in Dublin, London, and London prior to, I believe, getting to Switzerland or just after. I'm sorry not to have that exactly right. So we're just trying to get this to initial. I know it's inadequate based on all of that other conversation, but if we could get it to the queue of where the others are with the change of location, at least we have them all in the bundle.
What is EF?
It's a vendor.
It's a vendor.
EF education.
It's a vendor. Can I answer this for a second? So, first of all, I will ask the committee not to approve this trip. I think that this trip actually is stretching, for me, it's outrageous, totally outrageous. I just want to, for the record, when in the back to school night, I was presented, not the school committee, as a working parent, I was presented this version already with Davos. So everything with Davos was ready already before the previous approval. $5,545 for 12 days trip hopping in between Dublin, London, and
Private jets are expensive.
I actually prepared something in writing for this because that will be the last I say. First of all, I want to thank both.
Okay, briefly, please, briefly, so we can move on.
That's it.
That's long. Please, just
A
quickly.
minute and a half, but I will read it with your permission. And I actually prepared it in writing, so because I knew that you were going to try and cut it. So I want to thank Bob Rom for his comments this evening. I would like to make a clear statement to the record. I do not believe a great district is a district that offers some amazing trips and amazing travel opportunities to those who can pay for them. I believe a great district is a district that offers some sound and educationally engaging trips and travel opportunity to the entire constituency. I call on my colleagues in the administration as well as the teachers to think well about the example we give and the message we're sending to our young students and our community, and how does this message and our action relate to the big talk of cultural competency and inclusion. I strongly believe that cultural competency and inclusion starts at home with our friends, neighbors, and close community. And only then one should explore and strive to understand the rugby culture in Ireland. During the September 24th meeting, it was made abundantly clear that despite of the fact that these issues were raised repeatedly for years, precious little was done, and our district still does not have any systematic mechanism for subsidies and financial help. While it was clearly announced that the whole issue of school travel will be discussed in October, we see that other important issues take priority. And I'm afraid that once again we might find ourselves next year in the same place we are now. I urge this committee to clearly announce today that there will be no more delay in reviewing and revolutionizing the whole issue of school travel in the different aspects, including educational value, or, as our policy dictates, considerable educational value versus cost. Travel fitting with our district goals of cultural competency, diversity and inclusion, equitable access to all, and a centralized, transparent, systemic mechanism for financial subsidies, clear and strict approval process and regulations. I suggest the committee will take this specific opportunity with this outrageously expensive trip and send a clear message to the community.
Thank you. Can I have a motion to grant initial approval to the trip we're in discussion of?
So moved.
Second.
Any further discussion?
A couple of days ago I returned from Dublin. It was harder to find a rugby game than I thought it was. I am sympathetic to your concerns. And I am concerned about the cost and how it is going to be an opt-in for a very, very few. And some of you have heard me talk about my concern about some trips being opt-in and some being opt-out, and visible opt-out. This would be a not so visible but still very expensive opt-in for a few after the school year is over. I'm debating how I'll vote on this, but I would say if it does pass, I would expect in this case that the sponsor of the trip be obligated to provide the how. We hear the what. It's about viewing through the lens of sports. I think for this kind of trip, we'd want to know how is that going to happen. Is it casual? Are there plans? Are there connections? How deep, how enriching is this experience? I think would be something that Kate would be happy to share, because I think she would understand that we're not opposed to global learning, but we've got many values on the table at the same time here.
Maybe another question about this trip is why 18 participants need 3 chaperones?
Okay,
So I would
there's a motion on the table. Is there anybody else have a comment to make?
I'll kind of weigh in on Court's side. I would my initial reaction would be to reject the trip for largely reasons that you've all cited. But I think, to be fair to Kate, a better course of action. I mean, it'll probably it might carry 4-3, which isn't great. But I think a better course of action would be not to take the vote, but ask her to come in and pitch it. Because there's enough division, and she deserves the chance to tell us all these things. If we vote right now, it might pass, but I'm telling you, it'll probably pass 4-3, and that won't look great.
I would say,
Go ahead.
Because the cost is so high, I feel like, we need a little more maybe explanation. And when we have November 5th, when we are approving all of the trips,
And we have next week too.
Next week,
or
even
next
better.
week even better.
Okay.
I think the community
I think-
large will be better served when they actually see why is that trip.
As chair, it's clear to me that this won't pass. Why don't we ask her to come in and pitch this trip if she wants to?
Or just give us a deeper explanation,
And
however
understanding.
you want to say it.
It is a new trip, so it's
Sort of new because
it's
she did.
been discussed previously, but clearly.
And just to clarify, we have done the EF leadership event at least 1 year prior, because they
Right.
went this past
I remember
summer.
hearing
So there is a
about it.
baseline of continuity. I know there's a lot of differences too.
And maybe
I
it
wanna
needs
know
to be
that-
rethought.
Not for nothing, but the location of Davos carries, weight beyond its actual town.
Yes. And
There's a lot of connotations with that place. so-
EF knows that.
So,
I would want it known that there's no bias about this trip. Rather, this is an expression of us wanting more information.
Correct.
I
Period.
agree.
Yep. All right.
okay. Can we relay that message? Thank you. I take a motion to adjourn the region.
Motion
So
to
moved.
adjourn.
All in favor?
Aye.
Can we take a 5-minute break?
Do you need to do the band right now?
That's ridiculous.
That's just.
All right, we'll call the Concord School Committee meeting is still in session. We'll call us back to order. And welcome Jared, who gets to give us some more preliminary budget information.
I have more energy.
Handing it back
than I
to
did
you.
before.
All right, that's good. You're going to share it with us.
So you're going to see a lot of redundant slides. Again, zero-based budget. We've met all of our, we're doing the exact same thing. I just want to stress again, we're looking at salaries, we're looking at class sizes, we're looking at enrollment. That's going to be pretty much the main theme of this. Timeline, same thing, presenting again to the FinCom in Concord on Thursday of this week. And we're presenting the CPS budget to you on the 19th. Town meeting is the 27th. So the budget performance, the district closed out the fiscal year at 0. Again, descriptions of what is in each 100 series is in the budget book. We closed out this with a positive variance while prepaying $256,330 towards FY20 special ed collaborative tuitions. Further, the general fund paid an additional $138,417 towards FY19 special ed tuitions, which allowed the circuit breaker carryover. And I'm going to go over that to be $544,997, which is a slight increase of $11,750 from FY19's beginning balance. This is the reason here for the negative $394,747 you see in programs with other districts. And again, on page 5 of the budget book, we go into the 100 series. So the way that we did this presentation is by location, and then I did it by expense category. You're going to see an expense category in my next report for the region. But really quickly, the expense categories, we have 40 different expense categories in the K through 8 budget. Some of these include contract services, contingency, employee separation, PD, etc. In addition, we have 19 different salary categories. I introduced this last year, if you remember. The budget book was by expense category. We just made it a little bit better. So the following chart compares the preschool's last 2 fiscal years' budget performance. Each one of these charts for each location is the same. I want to point out that you have the FY19 school committee adopted budget, and then what we have here is the FY19 transferred budget. So that is it's what I transferred it, or transferred out. And then you have the FY19 actuals, and then I really tried to keep everything balanced throughout the year, and that's why you're seeing just a difference, positive balance in this location, $2,500. Next, we have district-wide kindergarten expenses. This is actually a location that I'm going to be doing away with. It's really of 2 lines. There's a district-wide kindergarten student activity budget line that's in there for $20,000, and then we have some K through some case stipends in there. I'm moving them to the correct schools and getting rid of that $20,000. We, through the zero-based budget process, we didn't identify any expenses towards that.
So you're saying getting rid of it in the coming budget?
Getting rid of it in the coming budget.
So this is from the past year, but
correct.
But we won't see that in the coming
You
budget.
won't. You're actually going to see it when I report to you this time next year. You're going to see that transferred out.
Got it.
So here we have the district-wide elementary performance by expense category. The highlight here is the negative $225,408. So we have tuitions we have it in the middle school and we have it in the district-wide elementary. We're going to combine it to a district-wide line for FY21 purposes. But for this purpose, $225,000 was either prepaid tuitions for FY20 that I did not transfer in at the end of the year, or it was additional monies from circuit breaker that was charged as circuit breaker that I reclassified back into the general fund. This happened in late June, early July, and because my budget was pretty much already closed, I had a positive balance, I did not make those transfers. Alcott, pretty much everything is in line. Made some budget transfers throughout the year. You saw those in the variance reports. So we ended with just 11,000, 12,000 in there at the end of the year. And again, you can see all of the different categories. And for the elementary schools, you're going to see pretty much the same type of expense categories. Thoreau, same thing. We actually ended with only $1,029 in there. Willard. Utilities, I did not make that transfer out, but that made the biggest balance there. So here we have the middle school. You can see down at the second line from the bottom, tuitions. Again, we have middle school tuitions. That 169 is the same reason as the elementary. Contracted services, that was maybe some last minute liquidations, but that's pretty much the reason for that. District-wide, so we are combining district-wide and Ripley going forward. So right now you see district-wide / Ripley. The totals are about $266,000. One of the big reasons for that, if you see in supplies, we had some last minute liquidations and some supplies and materials that we did not end up using. But in actuality, it's not too out of budget because the adopted budget was $340,000. I actually at one point put in $148 of additional monies. We liquidated it, and instead of me transferring that money out, it's at $384 as actuals, really only $40,000 more than anticipated. And that is also a reflection of how we charged things last year compared to other previous years. Contracted services, again, could have been a liquidation. So for the most part, this is the same as presented at the region budget. Special education leadership, changing the director of changing it to the director of student services. Again, the district coordinator has been refined. We actually created a chair position at the middle school this year, and we also created an early childhood coordinator position. And that usually, in the past, the director of special education oversaw that, and now the pre-K coordinator is seeing that.
That's another, she was the psychologist, so
Right.
you didn't take on costs too.
Again, purchasing has been consolidated and centralized. Same with the printing for operations. We're seeing a lot of savings in toner and redundancies there. And student registration, again, is going to be in central office space. And same problems or same issues with the IT classifications and reporting. So that's a continuation. Special education, both the integrated preschool and K-8 programs underwent an external review process over the last 18 months. The reports are available online. Some of the efforts included the internal intensive programs to open the 2019 school year. Extensive internal programs are in place to service a range of intensive student needs. Thoreau now houses a K through grade 1 program to complement its grade 2 through 3 program for students with autism and significant development delays. A program for students with social and emotional needs is in place at Alcott. Willard is developing a language-based program. The middle school continues these programs in grade 6 at Peabody, in grade 7 and 8 at Sanborn. These programs feed into the high school options. So you're going to see that, we put some monies up front into these to develop these programs in hopes of keeping kiddos in district.
We are keeping kiddos in district.
We are keeping kiddos.
Lots of them.
Yeah. And as you can see here, just the chart, it's we charge a little bit more to the general fund. We actually prepaid some tuitions, approximately, my apologies, I just have that number in my head. I'm sorry. So tuitions look a little bit lower in FY18, but that's because the district prepaid $546,000 in FY19 collaborative tuitions. Pretty much the same as the previous presentation when it comes to education reform and mandates. The commissioner is leading discussions focused on student engagement and fostering positive learning opportunities for students with less emphasis on test scores. These fully align with the district's strategic plan. English language learners are continuing to grow. We're servicing about 54 students K through 8, pre-K through 8. Teacher evaluation, as you know, is rigorous and time-consuming. We've added elementary principals in the middle school team chair to allow the caseloads where the process can be effective. And grants and reimbursements, as you know, is fluid. Enrollment level through FY21. We have the full report in the budget book, as well as the NESDEC report in the appendices. Capital planning. I want to stress that we are updating our 5-year capital plan with every intention to fit into the town manager's budget. Middle school, pretty self-explanatory. There's still plenty of repairs and maintenance at the middle school that we are budgeting, unfortunately. Obviously, we created the Concord Middle School Building Committee. In the elementary schools, the Alcott and Thoreau ERUs, or energy recovery units, are approaching the end of their useful lives. ERUs are critical components of energy-efficient buildings. The replacement of outdated, retrofitted, and failing ERUs at the Alcott and Thoreau schools will increase efficiency. So we do this, it's going to save us money. Boiler replacements in Alcott and Willard are anticipated in FY23-24 to further increase energy efficiencies. The Ripley building, major capital needs of the Ripley Administration Building include replacement of its outdated heating system. The current system relies on a centralized boiler to deliver hot water to the entire Ripley facility. Every morning, Laurie sends me a text to make sure the rooms are heated up and without fail. The centralized design requires heating water to travel outside of the building in order to reach the detached pods. Decentralizing the Ripley heating system will increase energy efficiency through improved thermal load balancing.
We're going to bring you the whole capital plan
Yep.
at one of the next couple of meetings.
Great.
And we're exploring grants, just so you know.
The big takeaway there is the first line, within the town manager's allocation. We're not
Yeah.
proposing an additional warrant article for
Perfect.
CCS.
That's great.
Transportation, 22 buses, 2 wheelchair. The money's in the budget now, so that's really good, developing a plan for that. Collective bargaining. As you know, we have 5 different bargaining units. Following the expiration of the CTA contract, we engaged in interest-based bargaining. It was a great process. It was beneficial to all. I think we both came out fairly happy. Some of the quick highlights. For FY20, the CTA remains aligned with the CCTA cost of living increases through a 1-year agreement. In order to preserve the goal of equity, the CTA will bargain cost of living increases in alignment in this upcoming CCTA negotiations. The CTA and CCTA contracts expire both in June 2020. The deadline, this really helps me out. The deadline for the notification of salary changes or lane changes due to further education now aligns with the budget process, so everything is due to me by November 1st, so I'm budgeting it right now, real time. We're reviewing stipends. We've already had 3 meetings, so we're reviewing all aspects of stipends. Tuition reimbursements is now 3 phases that I think really helps out the CTA. Another big thing, the sick leave bank is now equitable. There were 3 admin and 3 admin representation and 3 union representation on that. Before it was 3 union and 2 admin. And lastly, revisions were made to language regarding Tuesday afternoon meetings, middle school class size, and parenting leave. External funding, again, much less external funding on the K through 8 side. Grants, MECO, and then the circuit breaker. These are the projected, and it's really too early to tell right now. We'll have much better numbers for you in a couple weeks. And again, we have other revolving gifts and other balances, pretty healthy. Circuit breaker, as you can see, which is a healthy balance. We got 860 last year, and we're carrying over almost 545,000, up from 533,000 last year. And that money allowed us to put programs and staff in place up front that we were preaching to you last time that we wanted to do for special education. And again, the updated Mass Charter accounts and the enrollment reports are in the back of the book. Sorry.
Again, terrific.
Good stuff.
It's great stuff. Does anybody have questions?
Minor question, payback on an ERU, 5 to 7 years, something like that?
That's a really good question. I don't want to give you the wrong answer, but that sounds right.
That's typically the sweet spot for them,
Correct.
yeah, okay.
Yeah.
All right.
I'll find that out for you.
Okay. No, just like the regional one, this is, I think, a very good starting point for us. Give us a closeout on fiscal 19, a look at 18, 19, carryovers to current year. So thank you.
Yes, thorough, clear, really helpful. Thank you.
Great.
Other questions or comments?
Thank you.
Great, thank you.
Awesome.
Thank your team as well.
Yes, exactly. Huge thanks to your team. Variance report. Well, I mean, is there anything different from?
No.
Right.
So I do want to highlight a couple quick things here. I don't know if you can see the number. It's the same thing with the fixed assets. It's borrowing for the 3 bus vehicles. And that scary number right there for the negative programs with other districts. Again, I have monies in circuit breaker as well as grants. I didn't mention that last time. I have 400,000 give or take in grants that we are reclassifying into those grants. So that number is going to be there for a little while, and we'll keep watching it, but you will see it go down, and we will keep identifying and giving you updates on that.
And yet the total is
The total's still
positive.
good. So yes,
So
so
there
we're
are-
in good shape.
There is extra in other areas. that's
There's
not
extra,
mentioned.
yep. And this 127 is going to be positive, so it's really about 1.8. And if you looked at it last year, because I'm always comparing years to years, we're roughly in the same. Situation we were last year.
Yep.
I mean, I think we have to remember this is only 2 months.
Right, exactly.
Right. That's So I really focus on the current year after the winter break. The reason for that is because that's when I know what we're spending. And I always say if I'm freezing the budget, which I have no intention, we're not going to get much from that anyways. You might get 100, 200,000 max. But people being very diligent with their monies this year, encumbering what they need, and people are learning their budgets.
Well, I would say thanks to you on that, you've created a mindset which encourages people to be diligent about their budgets and encourages savings. So thank you. That's kudos to you.
On these, since this is going to be an ongoing thing on the 9,000 one, in the notes there,
Yep.
could we just get a little more detail going forward?
Yeah.
On what your circuit breaker number is and the grant number, and so we
What's in?
Give it some context, sure.
And eventually, maybe I'm opening something up, but I'd love to give you like a revenue update on things, which is 3 lines here. Just so you know, that's right in the previous district. It just gives you, 100 grand just came in for circuit breaker.
Yeah,
So
that would be
stuff
great.
like that.
Okay.
That'd be terrific.
And I assume if 100 grand came in from circuit breaker, that number would go down.
That number
Because
would
now
go
you
down.
can book it.
Yep. Yep.
So that may not think that through. That may not be necessary.
In other things, we're doing a deep dive into tuitions as we budget for FY21. There could be things right now that we're identifying that might be encumbered that don't need to be encumbered. And that's, working with Ruth, she's really learning the budget. So hopefully that number will continue to go down. But we're in balance. I have balanced the budget, so I'm feeling comfortable about it.
Great.
Terrific. That's good news. We'll take it. Anything else? Questions? That's great. Thank you, Jared. Last thing is a middle school building committee update. Court, do you want to do it since you're more involved in the selection process right now?
We have the OPM, Hill International, on board, as people know, and we're now in the selection process for the designer. This is going to be a critical role that gets played. The proposals were due last Friday to Jared and to Hill International. A total of 14 came in, correct, Jared?
Yep.
And those 14 are under review by the design subcommittee. The committee will meet Friday morning, try to pare that down to no fewer than 3, no more than 4, we hope, but we'll see how they shake out. That's a 7:30 meeting on Friday in this room, is it? Probably, Lori? And I'll have an agenda to you tomorrow for that to take a look at. Then, following the short list that gets created by the subcommittee Friday, the entire building committee meets on Monday, the 28th. Time unknown, but I'm guessing 7:30 is the default time, probably here again. And then the full committee will look at that short list and either approve it or work it, depending on the collective wisdom of that committee. And then with the final and formal short list that comes out of the full committee, Hill International will arrange for interviews to be held here on November 6th, and that'll probably be an event that takes most of the day. And then following that, one will be recommended as the finalist with a second alternate usually, and they'll go to the town manager for negotiation. So that's where we stand. I'm not through all the proposals, but so far I'm impressed. I think we've got some real talent.
Amazingly fast process.
And
Yes.
it is. I keep when people ask me how's the middle school process going, I keep saying, my goodness, for a public committee process, it's really incredibly
And
efficient.
yes, but I'm glad we're bringing that up because on a couple of occasions we've paused and said, are we moving too fast?
Right.
because we want the community to keep up with us, and we want to make sure there's plenty of opportunity for all kinds of critical input and advice on this process as we go forward. So we've been very mindful of trying to balance this, and I might be getting ahead of myself, but I'm having a positive feeling about how the numbers might play out on this so far. I think our timing in the regional economy might not be bad in terms of school building. But don't hold me to it.
Yeah, no, it's efficient. I purposefully said efficient, not fast. I don't think it's been too fast. And I would just say the fact that we got 14 proposals is fabulous. It's a great response. It's really good to see that there's such interest. And it means that we have a really deep pool to choose from, which is really nice.
Couple questions.
Please.
So do you have some various, so assuming of making a few assumptions, which I'm sure our OPM can help us, they do this a lot. Do you have, some possible schedules?
Yes, and we have two schedules.
We have a couple different schedules that we're looking at, waiting for some feedback in terms of election cycles and all of that, but it needs to come back to the committee to discuss.
Okay.
It has to do with somewhat when we're willing to open, whether we're willing to open mid-year versus waiting for another fall.
Right.
But we're looking at a couple of different schedules that have us opening anywhere between fall of, where are we now?
2023.
23 or 24.
Right. And then also I know you...
No, sorry, 22.
No,
I was going to say it's not 23 or 24. 22 or 23.
So 23 is the default, 22 maybe, and we're giving the design firms a little bit of, what shall I call it, room to talk to us about their capacity.
And that would happen during the finalists? Or,
yes.
Because obviously they can't talk to you.
Yeah, some of it's in their proposals.
Oh, it is?
Because it was in the RFS to get feedback on the timeline.
Yeah.
Not to frighten them.
Understood. So you don't want to scare people
But basically, to say, there was a discussion in the RFS discussion, and in which we all as a committee decided we would like to aim for sometime in 22 if possible.
Right.
Whether it's fall or into winter, but we wanted to get feedback on that from potential designers.
Given the high school experience, in effect, what we said was we're not afraid of a mid-year move if that's cost efficient.
You don't want to do it in December.
Right.
Or January or something.
We'll see.
And then your full committee spent a considerable good time going around the room, getting input from every committee member on what their one thing is. And when I think that'd be really valuable for the community to see that, to perhaps even give feedback on something. Oh, you missed this really, that's important to.
I think what's going to happen is, and others please weigh in, but I think one way that's going to be used, that session where we, in effect, talked about the collective values that we're trying to bring to bear on behalf of the town, gets manifest in the school. That information, I think, is going to inform the designer, who is going to be really instrumental in leading the community engagement process. Right. There's going to be a lot more of that in many different arenas.
But I think we will return to that. So that was a brainstorm list, and Hale International is going to bring it back to us in one of our upcoming meetings for us to then kind of siphon down and define our charter.
Right.
And once that's a document for review, right now it's not a document, it's a list on the wall. Once it's a document, then it can take certainly some public input if people want to comment.
Right. So it's just, for me, one of the things I'd like to see is, for example, some real elements of Concord, And
what's interesting is not only have some of the design firms spoken to that, even spoken to how do we preserve what was great about the PBD in the middle school and the Sanborn buildings.
What was great?
Good luck with that.
I can keep the roof.
You'll have to go back to
Actually,
something
no, that has to be
they were doing.
replaced.
So I thought we might save a cinder block.
Yeah.
Or something.
Some
Or
bad.
something.
Yeah.
But
Demise.
the idea of heritage,
Modulars.
the idea of heritage is important, yes, yeah.
The boilers.
Well, actually, you know,
thing we've
The boilers, let's say that.
just a very quick aside, I was at the Lincoln Schools today where they have this huge collection of modulars so that they can then renovate.
Oh, because that's
their-
swing space, yes.
A swing space.
Okay.
And the only comment from the folks in the central office was, they didn't even know I was from Concord. They said, I wish we had done it like Concord.
Oh, that's funny.
Yeah,
Building separately.
yeah, exactly.
Okay.
Which was
Well,
not
and
the
the
way to do
only
it.
the other thing that we could take from the current buildings is the concept that we've created of this sixth grade welcoming
Yes.
environment, which I think is
Oh,
something,
very-
nothing from
that's
the
true.
buildings,
That's very
but that sixth grade environment
There
is
we go.
something that
Thank you.
is valuable from the
Yeah.
current setup
Yeah.
that we can bring to the new one in the design meeting. Anyway, any other comments or questions? All right, then I would take a motion to adjourn the Concord meeting.
Sorry.
Oh,
Band trip, are you supposed to do?
oh, I'm sorry, you know what, that was on
That
the
was in the
agenda.
regional side.
It was in the regional
Yeah.
side.
Thank you, thank
We
you.
were gonna postpone
Thank you,
all
we
the
were gonna
trips.
postpone, we
We can
basically
say that out loud.
postponed, we should have said that, as we postponed the CCHS trips.
Yeah, because there's no new information. It's
Right,
the
there's
same
no new
request, the same
information,
bits,
so-
the whole,
Do we need to take a motion to do that?
Technically.
Okay, so I would take a motion to postpone the CMS band trip vote because we don't have new information.
So moved.
Second.
That's the second I take it, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed?
Move to
Okay,
adjourn.
sorry about that.
So moved.
All in favor?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
All right. Thank you all.
Where you stand with that?